Hey there, friendlies. How's up? Sorry for the lateness. We were getting ready to go here, and then Hydro-Quebec decided to cut the power on us. They didn't really decide. We've had a lot of power outages due to the forest fires and due to the, I don't know, equipment failures and stuff lately. Excuse me. Tonight, in fact, we are under a smog warning, and the air quality is bad enough that I'm living with this guy right next to me. So, as I said, sorry for being late, but we're here now. We got some whiskey. We're going to chit chat about it. And so I want to show you guys who I got with me. Those of you who've been watching these totally irregular live streams will be unsurprised by the tasting panel we have. You'll recognize these guys. First off is a buddy of mine from the bushcraft side of things. Definitely bigger on Instagram than YouTube, but you've seen him on my screen before. And if you're any good at the Instagrams, you've seen his stuff there as well. This is Mr. Mike Morton. Say hi, Mike.
Good evening. How's it going?
All is well. And the other guest for tonight, you guys will also recognize from previous live streams. I know this guy mostly through doing music, but he does a really good cocktail channel on TikTok and live stream. And he's in a really cool band. You guys give it up for Scott Greene.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, you've got a new album out.
Yes, brand new.
Yeah, it's already getting some airplay at my house. You want to just talk about it for 2 minutes?
Yeah. Hey, my band, the Doreen Harvey Band. Yeah, we just released a new album on June 23rd. It's called Waves of Home. A lot of original tunes and a few Celtic traditional classics on there. But yeah, we're pretty proud of it. Just came out, and so far so good. I think people are enjoying it. Hopefully, anyway.
So I'm enjoying it.
Awesome. Thanks.
I should have thought about that before and looked up the name and everything to sort of do to sort of blow some smoke for you, but
all good, man.
So what we're here to try tonight is something I've never had. In fact, I've never had anything from this company before, Basil Hayden. So I'm hoping for some good stuff. I'm impressed by. I have no idea how much it costs to add this to every bottle.
Yeah, it's kind of like steampunk.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So yeah, tell you what, I don't know if this is if with bourbon, it's the whole, minute in a glass per year in the cask thing. There's no age on this. So you want to just pour it and then chit chat?
Yeah. I think, and actually with bourbon, I think it's isn't it, if it's under 3 years, I think they have to tell you on the label, but this is rye. So I don't
rye. Yeah.
Have no idea how old this is. So.
Your guys' bottle looks different than mine. I've had mine for a couple of years.
Oh, yeah. I remember those, but I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah.
This plastic off here.
Yeah. Plastic, get off. Yeah, because I know there are certain rules for a straight bourbon versus, other things, bottled in bond and all that. But I don't know if any of that counts for rye.
I don't know either. Maybe I think that probably has to be aged. It's probably 3 years. Let's see.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's a good sound.
So I'm gonna pour an energetic pour because I feel that we're gonna be sipping and discussing all night.
I think that's a good idea.
Nice color. Very nice color. I like that. So this is dark rye. For those of you watching, I didn't even read the bottle. I wanted to come in here absolutely fresh, which is kind of what I do for my reviews anyway. So I don't know anything about this. I don't know if that color comes from, if the dark rye is because they toast the crap out of the barrel or what.
Oh, I got a surprise for you because I did read the bottle just today.
Okay.
I didn't think that I would get so many notes. They put a lot of info on this label, which is, I guess, kind of good and bad in some ways. But I'm not going to say anything until after. Okay. But I think you'll be surprised with at least one of the things that's happening here.
Okay, I'm just going to take a minute to say hi to the people who are hanging with us here tonight. We have a small crowd so far. Tenenbaum is a fixture on the live streams on my main channel. good guy. I've met him in person. He flew over from Sweden. We met up in Ottawa for a drink and lunch at one point. He was here to visit family. Destiny, how's it going, Destiny? Also a fixture over at my other channel. There's me telling people that we'll be on as soon as we can. David Evans is a mod over at my other channel, so when people get out of hand, he sort of drops the hammer on them.
Okay.
So we got a good crew here so far tonight. So I don't know. I was about to nose it.
Yeah.
Because I'm interested. I really want to know what's going on here. But
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, hold on. Peter White actually said something. Peter, hi, welcome to the stream. More likely closer to 6-year Jim Beam and Alberta Rye Suntory thing, I would think.
Cool. Yeah, it is a Jim Beam product. I think under the Beam umbrella.
Shall we give it a sniffy sniff?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Interesting in a good way. Now, this is what, 43%? 40? What is it? It's down there.
It's
40.
right at 40. It's
right
40
at 40,
ABV.
okay.
Yep.
I am a little bit nervous on this one because I recommended it for this one. This is one I take on canoe trips or whatever very often.
It's one that hits the woods with you?
It's not that, I can't remember what you guys pay for it. I can't remember. It's not that expensive. $60 Canadian.
Yeah,
Around
something
that,
like
65,
that. Something like that. Now, I mean, we've hung on to this bottle for a while. I mean, I bought this quite a number of months ago. So with the way prices are right now, I don't know. It could be more, but I think I paid $50 for it when I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because didn't we buy this almost a year ago? And like, we'll have a live stream someday.
I thought it was in January.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That was the Irish one that took us a year.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Since then, there's been a 5% price rise, right? That the feds dropped on us, and here in Quebec, I think we've just had another price rise dropped on us because, of course.
Yep.
So I just wanted to say I was doing sort of the tiers or the legs or whatever. It looks pretty good. Like I'm expecting a certain amount of viscosity.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I'm getting like cotton candy almost.
Yeah, something sweet, cotton candy or candy corn, raisins.
I get a lot of
bit.
Raisin and
Yeah, raisin. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
Now,
kind of
Dark
apricot,
berries.
plum jam type.
Jammy, absolutely.
Very jammy. Yeah. Oh, another comment from Peter White. I think Peter White knows his stuff. All Basil Hayden's. Is it Basil or Basil?
Depends on how you like to say that word. Maybe I think Basil, maybe, but I don't know. I'd more likely say Basil, but I don't know. Who knows?
Okay. All B Hayden's is 80 proof, which makes it an outlier among. Okay, so 80 proof, 80 American proof is 40%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'd like to see them come out with some stuff that's, a little overproof.
yeah, like a barrel strength or something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really having trouble here tonight.
No worries, man.
Stupid forest fires. I like the smell.
Oh, it smells delicious.
Yeah, it smells. There's a creaminess there.
Yes, total cream, like cream soda.
Yeah. Now, Mike, you've had this before.
Oh yeah, I've gone through a couple of bottles.
Okay. And is this batched? Like, are they all the same, or do they change a little bit?
I think it's always tasted the same to me, and mine's like half done.
Yeah.
And I've probably had this one for over a year at this point.
Okay. Very nice.
Because at one point they pulled it from the LCBO in Ontario.
Okay.
And they were clearing it out, and there was like 4 bottles left in the whole province, and I bought
so
2 of them. And so I wasn't like drinking it a lot, but now it seems to be back. Maybe it's because they were changing the label and everything. They were just getting rid of what they had. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you guys know I had to order this from Alberta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't at the LCBO, and it still ain't at the SAQ, though the bourbon is back at the SAQ.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see the bourbon is very commonly. I saw it today.
Yeah.
In Ontario.
So, I like what I'm smelling. There's a kind of a berry thing, but I don't know what kind of berry. Like, and it's not predominant. It's not like right at the front. It's like a blackberry, but just at the back, like they muddled the blackberry, a few blackberries in the bottom of the vat. So what do you think? Shall we?
I think we should. I think we should dive in.
Okay.
Okay.
Went down the wrong pipe. That's rye, all right.
Whoa! But talk about that jam.
Yeah, very jammy, very fruity, very. This isn't 100% rye, is it? Is there some corn or some wheat in there?
So, do you want to know the mash bill? I don't know the percentages, but I know the components.
Okay, let me know.
Do you want to know them, or do you want to wait?
Well, actually, wait a minute.
Okay.
Let me do it again, and have it go down the right hole this time.
Well,
Hey, it hurts when that happens with whiskey.
yeah.
Holy crap. Okay.
This is tasty.
I'm surprised it's only 40%. There's so much more happening than a 40% usually gives me. I know there's corn in this.
So, now, what they say on the bottle, because this is the only place I looked. I didn't go online or anything, but it says it right on the bottle. Kentucky straight rye,
Okay.
Canadian rye,
Okay.
and port. They put port right in the blend.
I knew the port was in there, and that's where you're getting that color
in
from.
there.
It's not port barrels. It's
Yeah.
port right in the blend.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So the Alberta rye, that and Peter White said a mix of American and Canadian rye.
Yep.
I don't know much. Hey, Whiskey Straight, how's it going? Nice to see you. Oh, Peter White said something interesting as well. This is cool because I wasn't sure how many people were going to show up, but the fact that there are people dropping comments and like dropping knowledge on me is cool. Old Granddad has the same mash bill as the Basil Hayden's, and there's the option of 100 proof bonded and 114 proof, but not available in Canada. Old Granddad actually has a picture of Basil Hayden's on the bottle.
Oh, thanks,
Interesting.
Peter White. He knows his.
He knows his stuff.
He knows his stuff. History. That's great.
Yeah.
It's it's interesting. I just got a message from a friend of mine, Dave, who lives in Fort McMurray, who runs a cocktail page called Cocktails by Boots, and he does events and stuff up there. He's a very, very talented bartender. He says this is one of his favorite dark ryes. He uses it in whiskey sour, and it's delicious.
Whiskey
Says,
sour.
Yeah,
That's a good drink.
yep.
It's hard to get a terrible. No. I was playing a wedding a year or two ago, about a year ago, I guess. And I ordered an old fashioned, and it was awful. So, I mean, I'm all about, you can't get a bad old fashioned. Yes, you can. You can't get a bad. Yes, you can.
At least it's small. You can just put it back and move on and try again.
Well, what is that? That whole the Wisconsin old fashioned, right? It's like a little bit of soda water in there and muddled maraschino cherries. And
I got that in Montreal once. Soda water in there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of kind of I guess a trad way of doing it is you have like a tiny bit of soda water that you put on the sugar cube before muddling, just as a help with the muddling.
Yeah.
But
this was topped right off. This was like bubbly.
Like they actually add it, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hold on a second. Whoops, I'm clicking on the wrong. The old Dark Horse from ADL had Old Granddad mixed in with the sherry. Oh yeah, the 111 rule, yeah. In fact, that 111 rule is why I ignored Canadian whiskey for so long. Well, my favorite Canadian whiskey for the longest time was the Lot 40. So evidently, I like me some rye. And I got a bottle of the Lot 40 Dark Rye recently because I was in Ontario and I was looking for something completely different, but there it was. And I was like, yoink, and it's delicious. I should have brought that down and done like a little compare and contrast.
Oh yeah, hey, I mean,
this is really cool because for me, I like rye, but I like for me the pinnacle is always going to be the 100% rye. I like 100% rye. Like my I've got it here.
Oh, nice.
This, right?
Oh yeah,
This right here.
yeah,
The Alberta Premium cask strength.
yeah.
Because I've tried other expressions from them and I don't like it near as much. But their cask strength is delicious. The bottle is terrible, but what's in it is gorgeous.
But you can tell that's Alberta Premium just by the bottle. I couldn't see anything. I was like, oh yeah. I know
Actually,
what
yeah,
that is.
I guess it's successful in that way. Then you see this
Yeah.
bottle and you think, but just the design of this bottle, it looks like it should be made out of plastic or something.
Well, it's just left over from the 70s.
Yeah, Jim Jay Morrison. I was about to say Jim Morrison, but that's not Jim.
It's not Jim.
Friend.
Hey, Jim. Well, I'm at her house right now. That's
Yeah.
my girlfriend. So she's obviously downstairs doing this or something in her office, maybe.
Yeah, but she's right. She's right. It
Impossible
is
to have a
not
bad whiskey. Yeah.
Whiskey Straight Al says, I haven't had this one. I'm not really a fan of the Basil Hayden's bourbon, but I'm always open to try anything. I have been more and more reluctant to pick up 40%ers because I've been really let down by, I don't have any here right now, by some whiskeys at the 40%, that if you get like a cask strength version of it or something a little higher proof, that they've been really good. You know what I want the barrels, the cask proof version of is that one. Remember, Scott, you and I did a whiskey swap. I sent you the Maison Civaux.
Yes.
And you sent me the eyes. No, what the heck was it called?
Hanson Northern Eyes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that was good.
Yeah.
And I know that they made a cask strength.
They did.
And I would love to, because I think that would be amazing.
I'm not sure they might. I'm not sure they might be sold out of the cask strength because they released it a little while ago, and they also just released the 5-year, which I haven't tried yet. But
I would drink that. Alberta Premium Cask bottled by Shelter Point through Kensington Wine Market were the best. Kensington Wine Market gets a lot of my money, even though I live 4,400 kilometers away. A lot. In fact, I've currently got 6 bottles sitting in Calgary from them. I don't remember what they all are, though. So we tasted this and we said, yay, it's great, but we didn't actually talk about any notes or anything.
Yeah.
I think it's very good. There's a pepper note happening now that I didn't notice on the first sip, though. So the creaminess is there. Big fruit, jammy.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was calling a berry note at one point. It was sort of at the jam.
Yeah, I think. It can kind of, a little bit of wine. Like it tastes like it makes sense that there's port in here. I think once you taste it.
Yeah, and port is a fortified wine, right? So that would give you some jammy notes no matter what.
Yeah.
It feels pretty smooth to me. It tastes very similar to the way it smells, but maybe a little bit less of the like brown sugar caramelly type off the hop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're not wrong about that because it's there's definite brown sugar on the schnoz, but
it's just very pleasant.
Yeah, and you don't have to it's not super complicated. It's not anyone who doesn't really like complicated whiskeys, probably this would be good to go.
Yeah.
That's why I take it camping, sitting around a campfire, and
this would be amazing sitting out there.
Man, yeah, just to be able to pour it and sip on that, like I'm just getting so much. I got this on the nose, and I think Mike, you're right. Like it's pretty much a continuation from the nose to the palate. I think with this, it's not a lot of surprises.
Not a lot of surprises.
But
it doesn't. It doesn't really evolve or it is what it is.
Yeah. But I just get so much. For me, I just get so much cream soda, even almost like the carbonated feel, like the effervescence, like it feels light in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can definitely feel like a really dark cream soda.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is dark rye, isn't it? But it doesn't feel heavy at all to me.
But so, is a dark rye a rye that sat in a super charred barrel, or is there a different kind of rye that happens with that then? Because I don't know.
It's a good question. I don't know, actually.
Like this one's specifically dark because they chucked a bunch of port into it.
Yeah. I'm trying to, man, my 51-year-old eyes are not loving the small print on this bottle. Inspired by Basil Hayden's original high rye mash bill, resulting in a, gosh, richly flavorful yet delicately nuanced expression. Okay, but that's a bunch of marketing piffle that means nothing.
You
Right?
guys have different. Mine reads differently. I have a different
Oh yeah, what did yours
paragraph.
say?
This artful blend of Kentucky straight rye whiskey, Canadian rye whiskey, and a touch of port creates a rich amber pour with ruby undertones. Bottled at a smooth 80 proof, this dark, rich expression offers the subtlest of fruit sweetness to complement the traditional rye spice. The result is Basil Hayden's Dark Rye, an approachable and wholly inspired experience to enjoy any way you like.
I don't have that anywhere on my bottle.
No.
That's on the back of mine.
Yeah, I mean, there's some spice there. Like you can tell it's rye for sure.
I see there's a DSP number on this label. I have DSP-KY. I guess that's not the jelly. It's Kentucky. Dash 230. I said that out loud. That was like single entendre. Like, why do I speak? God. 230. Do you guys have, like, I'm assuming that Mike has a different number.
I mean, I don't have that.
Mine is the same as yours. 230.
But like, I wonder what that means. If that's anything, or if it's just like part of the bottle design, or if, because I don't see this. It doesn't say batched anywhere on it, so that's not going to be a batch number, right?
What is DSP short for?
I don't know.
Let's see, DSP number.
So, and Peter White will probably have an answer for me, because there's straight bourbon, right? And one of them means it has to have been 2 years, blah blah blah. Then I know something similar to what Scott was saying, that under a certain age they have to say it on the bottle. But what's the rule for a straight bourbon, and is the rule the same for a straight rye?
Well, I know that if they're using Canadian rye, and I think there's some rules with Canadian. I think it has to be over 4 years, maybe, for you to be able to call it Canadian rye.
Okay, I thought that Canadian whiskey was all 3 years.
Maybe it's 3. It could be 3.
Yeah. Whiskey Harbor's here. How's it going? Nice to see you over on this channel. Thought you'd jump in a bit to get educated. Whiskey Harbor is actually, I believe that's where he lives, not...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So DSP stands for Distilled Spirits Plant. So the distillery. So it's a distillery. It's a distillery number, yeah. Because we're in KY 230. So yeah, this would be it's a specific county in Louisville, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peter White says there are still Knob Creek 9-year cast strength rye 2018 bottles kicking around Alberta. Much better pickup. That's good to know. I'm glad to see an age statement back on the Knob Creek. Oh, Jay Morrison also said distilled spirits.
Oh yeah, okay. she's got my back. Thank you.
Okay, so I think this is for straight. It's 50% corn for bourbon.
Yeah.
51% rye for rye. Okay.
Makes sense.
All right, fair enough.
My brother's texting me saying he can't wait for me to bring it. We're going to hang out tomorrow. He can't wait for me to bring this over tomorrow. and he's wondering about how an old fashioned would be in it, which is interesting because we talked about that when we were backstage just before we got on here about maybe the potential of a cocktail being made with this late at some point.
Yeah, I think it'd be great in an old fashioned. I think that's a pretty good slam dunk.
Yeah. Now, have either of you ever had an old fashioned made with whiskey that hasn't worked?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, sometimes the 2 ounces of it depends on the bourbon. The 2 ounces of bourbon sometimes is not my favorite. I actually prefer. I do split spirit all the time with my old fashions. I'll do an ounce of bourbon and an ounce of rye.
Okay.
I think the rye it punches it up in the cocktail. So yeah, I've definitely had old fashions that have felt like watered down a little bit or too. And a thing you get a lot in bars is just way too sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I everyone's got a drink. No. I say these things just because if I think it, then everyone does. Not everyone mayhaps, has a drink that they will judge a new bar by. And for me, it's an old fashioned, because an old fashioned, there's so little happening in that drink that you can't hide anything, right? If I walk in and your old fashioned is no good, I'm not ordering the whiskey sour. I'm not ordering the Boulevardier. I'm not ordering a last word. I'm not ordering anything. I'm finishing my drink, and maybe I'll go to beer, or I'm going to go to the next bar over, right?
Right.
Because like for some people, maybe they want to judge a place based on something really complex, to see how on the ball the bartender is or anything. But I've always seen the simplest stuff as being the hardest stuff to fake.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me, man. I think that I saw a video of some famous chef. Can't remember who it was, but he said that he often gets a new chef trainee in and gets them to make an omelet, and or any kind of egg, and that's kind of what we would think is a simple thing, but apparently you can tell a lot and judge a lot by how somebody makes an egg. And maybe a similar thing. It's like there's not a lot to hide behind. It's it kind of shows a little bit of technique, I guess, if you can get it right.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, eggs are kind of easy to torch too, I think.
Yeah,
from experience.
Yeah. Peter White says that Rittenhouse rye makes a really good old fashioned. I have never seen a bottle of Rittenhouse in Quebec.
No, neither in Ontario, no.
I picked up one bottle once, and yeah, it's great for cocktails. Like it's a little bit, it's overproof, so it stands up in a cocktail nice.
Yeah, I find a lot of the cocktail YouTubers I watch, Rittenhouse shows up a lot.
Yeah, I think it's 50. I think 50% ABV, which is kind of like a bit of a sweet spot for a cocktail spirit. I've been finding.
I like 50% even when I'm like sipping a scotch. Like Bruichladdich does a lot of 50%. Aaron does a lot of 50%. Peter says he has close to 70 bottles of rye. Wow, that's a lot of rye.
Whoa!
I have about I did a my collection video at the beginning of the year where I broke a bottle of Johnny Walker Greene. But yeah, I count at that point I had 77 bottles, and I thought that was like kind of.
I remember when you broke that bottle. That was sad.
Yeah, because Greene is my favorite Johnny Walker, and it's funny because I've got two bottles of the blue sitting right here, which is also very good. But man, there's something special about the Greene.
That would be my choice as well.
Yeah,
the Greene.
Apparently right now Ontario is flush with Rittenhouse.
I guess I haven't looked in a few years. Maybe I should look again.
Yeah, I should look too. Just drive over the line into Hawkesbury, pick up some stuff.
Oh. You guys picking up anything else? It's very, very tasty. I could see, Mike, why you would like bringing this on, like a camping excursion.
Well, especially because like I can't bring it in this nice glass bottle. Either it's going to go in a stainless steel flask, or sacrilegiously more likely into like a plastic bottle. So it's not like some really expensive thing that's super complex and you're worried about it tasting a bit like plastic or getting mangled as you pour it and aerate it. And
Pro hack: if you're gonna put it into plastic, make it an Nalgene of some sort.
Yeah, I have a bunch of Nalgenes. The PET G ones are even better, but they're significantly more expensive.
Yeah, it's a little heavy for my wallet. But yeah, I have in fact a flask made by the company I just told you about. God.
Nalgene.
Yeah.
I have about 3 or 4 of the bottles sitting on the other side of my bar from the last trip, and I did not label them, so God knows what's in them.
Who the hell? Yeah.
Maybe I'll just mix them all together, and yeah.
Yeah, just make your own little blend.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, like your little house, your camping blend.
Yeah.
That's right. Never to be repeated.
But it's funny because I don't think, like I have yet to bring a peated whiskey camping. Like one would think, peated whiskey because you're at the campfire, but I prefer flavors that are a little more rye or bourbon or like maybe an Irish whiskey or something unpeated. I kind of feel that the smoky whiskey plus the smoke from the campfire might kind of overload a little bit.
Well, you're usually talking and goofing around, so like you're not sitting there like tasting it like we are. So
With a Glencairn at the
yeah,
campfire. Yes, I'm picking up smoke.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It smells like smoke and it sounds like mosquitoes.
Then they need to make some kind of like, whiskey snob camping vessel, like something like a Glencairn for camping.
Like a stainless Glencairn, but like it needs a nose cup so that when you're nosing it, you're not getting all the campfire notes.
Yeah,
I'd be stunned to find there isn't something like that out there.
probably.
I just drink it straight out of the Nalgene like an animal.
Yeah.
I'm not bringing extra stuff.
Having a pour of Alberta Premium 11-year double oaked heavy char single cast top 5 rye in the world.
Okay.
Wow.
Alberta Premium, yeah.
11.
Worldwide, Alberta Premium has quite the reputation. I'm in Alberta, so there are very cheap offerings out here, which are still honestly not bad rye, like pretty good rye. And so I feel like we get a little bit saturated with it out here, but you go in other places in the world and down the States and stuff. Alberta Premium has a good reputation.
Well,
all I ever knew it for was like that bottom. They had a bunch of them at the bottom of the shelf, and it tastes just fine with Coke or ginger ale or whatever.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Oh, it's gone. I was about to say something, and it's gone. It's absolutely gone. It was going to be brilliant too. Absolutely, because of course,
naturally,
it'll come back.
Jay Morrison has had Lefroy camping because Peter White said Lefroy may keep those mosquitoes away. What my problem with Lefroy is, I love me some peat. Right, I do love the peat. That was my, the Lagavulin 16 was my gateway into the world of whiskey, and from that I sort of developed into Bowmore and all the Isla peaty monsters, right? But I love peat, I love smoke, I love brine, I love the barbecue notes. I hate the medicinal, the Band-Aid. And I find that the iodine, I can't handle it if it's more than just a little tiny sprinkle. And I find that I've had a hard time with Lefroy. It's like the quarter cask. I've fought with that bottle. I can't do it. I have a bottle of the English Smoky back there that I'm never going to drink past where it's at. I have fought with that bottle and fought with it. And the iodine is just too damn big for me.
Yeah.
I find like Ardbeg is light on the iodine. It's bigger on brine and lemony notes and stuff, which I love. But I just can't get with the Lefroy. But I haven't had it at 10 in a long time. I had a bit of a 10, and I seem to remember it having less of the iodine than like the quarter cask and stuff like that.
Yeah, we have a 10 here. I've also had the quarter cask. I didn't mind it. I got through the bottle pretty well, but I totally know what you mean about the sort of the Band-Aid iodine taste that you'll get with the Isla Scotches. It's not my favorite note for sure.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, you're spending $100, $150 on a bottle, right? Like, if you crack it and you don't like the iodine and you get a nose full of iodine, that's an expensive mistake.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know. Do we make a cocktail or do we finish up the dram and then make a cocktail?
Yeah, I got a little bit left.
Yeah, I poured a second one. But yes, I think a cocktail. I think we should make a cocktail, and when we're ready.
Yeah. Did we decide to make a Boulevardier?
Yeah. I think I have. I don't have exact the fixins for that, but I do have a variation I can make. I've got Campari, and we have dry vermouth here, so it's not red vermouth.
Oh, you got dry vermouth, okay?
Yeah, it's not sweet vermouth, but I can make it with the dry. I'd like to try it. And
okay,
yeah.
Here's a note from Peter White. The Lefroy 10 sherry cask is very nice. Yeah, I haven't seen a bottle of that here. In fact, I hear it's not as readily available as some of the others, but I've heard that it's quite good. The
I've not seen that.
cast strength batch 13 also works. Man, my province is so shift for a selection that Peter just mentioned, I think two bottles that I will likely never see on the shelves here.
Yeah, but I mean, you have a pretty good system in place. Like, you've got a bunch of whiskey sitting in Calgary right now, right?
Yep,
it's pretty good.
Sure do.
Pretty good deal.
I get a box shipped to me once or twice per year. Once I buy enough to make it worthwhile for Peter, the Calgarian, to ship it. And I have a business number with Canada Post, so I save like 10% on the shipping.
Okay. Does he ever bring any with him when he comes? Like, I know you guys play some gigs and stuff when like he comes out to Montreal and stuff.
Yeah, no, because he only does carry on.
Okay.
Because he's only here like Friday, Saturday. He goes home Sunday. So, and he's got an entire set of instruments here.
Okay.
Right. So he doesn't have to transport instruments all the time. Not like I, who play in Alberta, the summer.
Yeah.
Right. And that's about it. So, yeah, Peter says, so order from Alberta like we all do. Of course we all do. It's everyone who's big into whiskey in Canada is like, yeah, I ordered from BSW. I ordered from Calgary, from Kensington. I ordered from blah, blah, blah. It's hilarious.
The Alberta advantage.
Yeah. Although now there are also advantages to being in a province with a liquor commission, right? Like, I'm never going to, when Blanton's appears, right?
Yep.
I will never pay more than MSRP.
Right. You're not overpaying for it per se.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bigger tax chunk, but I'm not paying, what the market will bear, because here that's what MSRP is. And even like Pappy Van Winkle, it goes for MSRP here. Now, these are both allocated now, right? There's a lottery to buy them.
Yep.
But you're not going to pay what you'll pay in some stores. Right. And a lot of places in Alberta don't play the game so hard. Like Kensington Wine Market could totally get away with it, but they don't. Their prices are very reasonable comparatively. But in a non-regulated state or province, there's a little more freedom to, this is popular. I can make an extra $100 off this bottle.
Absolutely. We just had a Pappy lottery come through here a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. I thought about trying to make it happen, but it was as I suspected. Apparently the lineup was just down the street at the Wine and Beyond that we're bringing in. I think they brought in a couple of bottles of sort of each expression, like the old Rip Van Winkle, the 12-year, and then I think they might have had a 10-year too. Only had a few bottles, and you basically you had to sign up for the lottery for the chance to be able to buy it.
Yeah. Now here in Quebec, it's completely online, so you don't have to worry about that lineup.
Okay.
I have entered and entered. So far, the only thing I've gotten on allocation was Deanston 12.
Okay.
Because I don't know why that was allocated, but it is. Peter says, Malts and Grains has a 20% off Canada Day sale across the board. Kensington Wine Market shipping is a pain in the ass. Yeah. If I want something now, like I don't want to wait until I've got enough bottles bought, so like months and months. If I want something like now, I bought this from BSW because they'll ship it Canada Post. Yeah, it's $20 shipping, but I will never order something from Kensington that I need now because the shipping is horrifying.
Okay.
It's absolutely horrifying. Hey, excuse me, is here. How's it going? Good to see you. We're having some whiskey.
Yeah.
Excuse me is also another person who watches the live stream on my main channel every Tuesday night. I'm enchanted by that port element.
It's nice.
Because I was trying to figure out, why is it so dark? It's not like a sherry cask. Amazing.
I was so excited when I found out that you hadn't looked at a thing.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to. I couldn't wait to tell you.
Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, what do you guys think of the design?
Well, it's interesting because Mike has a different bottle, so we could even compare.
I prefer the new. These ones here, this paper always rips, and
they're sort of kind of doing like the oversized label, almost like the Angostura
bitters.
Yeah.
And does that have the metal thing around it too, though?
Yeah, it has a little metal thing. It's not. It has like a wood underneath of it.
Okay.
And then
that looks like a much more expensive labeling than this. Although this, I shudder to think what that costs, because this whiskey is not that expensive.
No.
So.
Yeah, it's metal. Like,
yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say, I guess, to be blunt, I don't love the packaging.
Okay.
I think it's okay. But again, it's not an expensive bottle, so.
I do wish the bottle was a little more short and stubby.
Less like a port wine bottle, you mean?
Yeah. I don't love bottles that are too tall. But I like the colors. I like the fonts. I like the fact that it's actually a little textured. The font actually is.
It's true.
Yeah. But it doesn't. It's not my favorite bottle.
Yeah.
By far. And I definitely wish it was just a little shorter, a little wider.
I have most of my better whiskeys are sitting on a pallet on the wall, like a shelf made of an old pallet. So this size is really nice because it drops right in. It doesn't use a lot of width off of that.
Enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair.
But I agree. It doesn't. It's a pretty standard bottle. It doesn't look as nice as some of the other ones.
Peter says, Wine and Beyond had Old Forester single barrels and Russell's Reserve single barrel store picks. They curb stomped most of that Van Winkle crap and no lottery. Fair enough. I just want to show you guys. This is probably my favorite whiskey bottle ever.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Japanese.
Is that 750 mils or is it smaller?
This is funny you should mention that, because everywhere in the world, this is a 500 mil. In the States, they sell a 750, but the bottle looks stupid down there because it's perfect, right? The whole idea behind this is that it's a little block of whiskey, but the design doesn't work in that 750 at all. I mean, this is like 66 or something Canadian, Quebec dollars, shall we say?
Yeah, so 100-ish.
It'd be $100, yeah. But yeah, I love this bottle, and I love the label design, and it is so not what I usually love in a label, but it is so tasty. It
is cool.
It looks like something you'd find out of a medicine cabinet 100 years ago.
Yeah, it's so apothecary.
Yeah,
I'm starting to mess up my words a little here. Just fabulous,
and a nice whiskey too.
Yeah, it's very good. I pull it out whenever there's someone over who's not sure if they like whiskey or not. I'm like, you're gonna like whiskey in about 15 seconds. Yeah,
it's agreeable. Yeah, because it's a blend, right?
Yeah, this is a Japanese blend, right? It's engineered to hell. So it is caramel colored. It is cold, chill filtered. But there's 100 whiskeys in here.
That's right.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tastes like it's blended to perfection.
Fabulous.
Isn't that funny when you think about 100? That means there's 5 milliliters of each one, just like a little eyedropper.
100 different whiskeys blended in there,
yeah. How are you guys doing on your dram?
I'm pretty much to the end of it.
Yep.
So let's say we make a cocktail.
A cocktail, yes. So we're going to make Boulevardiers of some design.
I can do a Boulevardier, or I can do an old
Old-fashioned.
fashioned.
Your call. What do you want to do?
Well, Mike said Boulevardier, so maybe that's what we should do.
All right. I got to go get some stuff.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'm still here. Mixing glass.
I just gotta get a
Chica?
shot glass.
What am I getting? Campari, Campara. It's not the real lyrics. Okay. Everybody getting that stuff. Now, there we go. I'm prepped and ready to go. Hold on a second. So, can you hear me?
Yep.
The Boulevardier I do is from a recipe that I got at liquor.com. I don't know if you guys are doing the same thing.
All right.
I just want to make sure that we're not... I love it. He totally knows. Vermouth hunt. Yeah.
Vermouth.
Hey, Shawnee's here. Yeah, you love that I packed a cooler. It's because I wasn't sure if we were going to do drinks or not, but yeah, I need some ice cubes, so I packed a cooler. So here's the vermouth I have. This is a local, if I'm not mistaken.
That's cool.
Product of Quebec, Canada. But is it actually local, or...
You show that again? I was off to the side.
It's in Dunham, so it's relatively close.
That's very cool.
Here's the thing. I bought this because it's 500 mils. Okay? I don't know if it's any good. But I walked into the SAQ and I said, if you have a vermouth that is 500 mils instead of the full size, or even better, like a 350, I don't even need to see the label. Just give it to me and I'll buy it, because I'm so tired of wasting 2/3 of a bottle of vermouth.
Yeah, it's a pretty common thing. I think a lot of people feel that way because you just sell it in smaller bottles, and of course, you got to keep it in the fridge when you open it.
Yep.
That's an important tip. But even still, a few months in the fridge and it's kind of done.
Yep. Yeah, and I don't make enough vermouth drinks to justify a full-size bottle of vermouth. So 500 mil, yoink.
All right. So
okay.
What do you like to do for your your measurements in a Boulevardier? Because I tweak them a little bit. It's Boulevardier is a riff of a Negroni, which is equal parts. But I often see Boulevardiers kind of change that ratio a little bit. What do you do?
Yeah, the ratio that I use, it's, as I said, I didn't come up with this. It's a recipe I got from liquor.com. It's 1 1/4 of bourbon or rye, 1 Campari, 1 sweet vermouth.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that ratio.
Okay.
So we all kind of have a similar ratio. Although, like I said, I only have dry vermouth right now. Don't have any sweet vermouth, so this will be a little bit different. But
what is that? Is that Noye Prat?
Yeah, Noye Prat.
Okay.
Which is one of my kind of go-to dry vermouths.
I used to make a lot of martini.
Mm-hmm.
But at that point, I was not.
Ooh.
We're having a good night for the cork pops here. Okay,
this is what I use. Oh, can you guys see that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What is that? I've never seen that bottle.
Del Professor. I don't know. My dad got it for me. Antica Rosetta. I don't know. Vermouth de Torino Classico.
Okay. So it's good. I Antica, the Antica formula. I think that's the name of it. I know it by the bottle. Is the sweet vermouth I usually buy.
Oh, it smells so good.
I would read you what this is about, except it's all in French. So, okay. Oh, no, there's English at the bottom. Vermouth Laval Caudalie is a sweet amber vermouth made in Quebec, featuring high-quality wine from their vineyard, combined with carefully selected plants and spices. I was hoping that it would tell me what they are. Thing is, like, vermouth makers are a lot like Amaro makers, right? They're not going to tell you exactly what's in their bottle. Oh, you want to know what's in their bottle? Forget about it. Buy a bottle. Taste it. Love it. But don't ask me what's in it. Okay, so I got my vermouth in there. A little Campari.
Yeah, I've put in those measurements. I'm just giving a little stir for dilution.
You're going a lot faster than I am. I'm too busy yeeping and yapping here. Okay, I've now added my Campari.
You guys have your orange for some orange oils?
I did put one in. Actually, it's a tangerine because that's all I had. But.
Yeah,
I have a clementine.
Okay.
And I have a lemon, but I'm gonna do the clem, I think.
Okay.
I prefer the orange.
They'll have more oil in them. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna do my rye. What's it? 1 1/4.
1 1/4 rye, and I think you said, and then 1 and 1.
Yep. Oh, rye on the floor. Shite. Oop, I mean shift.
Squeeze that that orange peel, rub it around the rim, toss it in.
I gotta get some heis.
All right.
Now.
I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for you guys.
The heis
smells amazing.
Is why I brought down my cooler so that I could have the heis. I will drop the heis in there. And then I will give it a little mixy max. Wait, where's my spoon?
Yeah.
I don't know where I put my spoon.
What's wrong with the finger?
Gonna have to stir with the finger, man. Oh yeah, there you go.
Whoops.
I just made it in the glass.
But I brought the spoon down here. Oh, I'll just use the arse end of my. We're very classy here, people.
I love it. You can make cocktails. You don't need the exact tools all the time. No.
I did a Facebook Live this week where I made something. And my buddy Robin made me a muddler out of apple wood. And I couldn't find it. Couldn't find it anywhere. But what I did have was, you know those honey things, the little wooden.
Oh yeah, I saw that. You made the caipirinha.
Yeah, that's it. I made a caipirinha.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to make a possibly controversial statement. Julep strainer, what people buy for using with a mixing glass.
Yep.
Forget about it. A total waste of money, because this works just as well.
Yeah.
This works just as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I bought it because I'm going to make cocktails. Forget it. Epic waste of money.
Oh yeah, no, that's all I use.
So stupid.
Hawthorne strainer, is that what that's
Hawthorne strainer.
Yep.
Works fine. Fits. I don't know why we buy these julep strainers. It's hard to look at this. Click, right? I don't have to worry about trying to hold the damn in the flap and the fudge, man. I censored myself at the last minute there.
Janelle has made one for herself as well. Do you want? Come show it on camera if you'd like. You made one too. Excellent.
I want to see it.
There you go.
There it is. Okay, I'm expressing my my orange. I'm the kind of geek who usually does the whole light, the lighter, not the lighter, the match.
Yeah.
And then does over the flame, but because I'm afraid of making an ass of myself on camera, right? Twist, rub it around, toss it in.
Toss it in.
All right, here we go, folks.
Cheers.
Campari, man. I love it.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So good. And this,
Mm-hmm.
I once tried to figure out, I did a video. Here I am, tooting my own horn on my own channel. I did a video last summer, months ago, whenever I did an old fashioned with rye and with Jack Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because I keep trying to figure out if I like it better with rye or with bourbon. Oh, Jack Daniels isn't bourbon. Shut up. It sure is. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if it's better with non-rye American whiskey or with rye because they're so different, I find.
The one thing I will say, like, this is good, but like a lot of those flavors we got earlier are just totally bombed by Campari.
Campari, that's certainly what that does, right? It's a big flavor.
Yeah. Yeah, Campari is big. It's got personality. It's a little bitter, right?
Yeah.
It probably does taste a little bit different than with the bourbon, but it's not like we can't taste all that good stuff we had before.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way.
But it is really good. It's just, I don't know if I would buy this specifically to do this or not. I'd have to just probably do it side by side to see.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. I feel like for this, for a couple of reasons, this is good. This is a great cocktail. I'm going to enjoy it. I am enjoying it. But I think for a couple of reasons, it's 40%.
Yep.
To put that in the ring with Campari, and then of course you're diluting it and stuff. In the cocktail, I feel like maybe it's having a bit of a hard time standing up to the boldness of Campari, and then of course vermouth too. And we're all using different vermouth, so don't know how that will all kind of translate. But I think something that's a little bit overproof would be better for the Boulevardier.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm about to do something possibly stupid.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to do a compare and contrast. Because I've got the Alberta Premium sitting right next to me.
Okay. And what's that? Is that like 60 what percent?
This one's batch 3, so it's 63.7.
Okay.
Because that changes with each batch.
Yep.
Like, surprisingly a lot. I do wish I had been able to find a bottle of batch 1, though. Just to see.
Yeah, so you know what? I was lucky enough. I did have a bottle. I had the first 2 batches. I have not bought the 3rd batch, though. Should I?
I think it's good. I have batch 2 and 3.
Yeah.
They're both very good. Look, the thing is, they're within they're within the ballpark, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm speaking off camera. So if you've already got one of the batches, the only reason I bought the other one was so that I could do a video doing a compare and contrast.
Right. But you're really good at like hanging on to your whiskey. My 2 batches are gone, long gone.
Okay.
But I do try. Like I've got so many bottles that I really should. I'm not doing them any favors right now. They're in their kind of bottom quarter left in it, sort of thing. But I'm just hanging on to them for dear life.
Yeah, if there's a quarter left, I just finish it off.
Yeah.
Kill it, dead.
Oh, this is good.
So okay, I'm gonna put another doodly doo in the thingamajig, and we're gonna see. Because the thing about this Alberta Premium at 63.7% is that one does not tell it what to do.
Yeah, it's pushing double.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what you think of that, because that'll definitely kind of be a bit more of an evenly matched flavor-wise, I think.
Yeah, I think so. A little bit of the squeezy poo of the oranginess, little rub it around itness. And now, oh my land, I'm making such a mess. It's a good thing the camera's like here rather than here. So here's the Alberta Premium. So what the Alberta Premium is doing to everything is saying, boom. Like it's really sort of putting up a fight. And it's 100% rye. So, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, right? You've got grassy notes, you got sweetness and fruit, but it's really herbaceous, I guess. But all the nice dark fruit jamminess here is definitely this is a rounder drink. The one that we're all having here tonight is a more rounded. It's a mouth friendlier, more
Cool.
mouth friendlier. I don't know. Yeah. You know,
That's good.
like this is kicking back, relaxing, chatting with a couple of friends as we're doing, and enjoying a good drink. This, like two of these, and you're ripping your shirt off on the dance floor. You know what I'm saying?
I'd love to see
I don't
that.
want to see myself do
Okay.
that. So that would be like, oh, I'll have one of these, please.
These are just dangerous drinks in general. Same with Negroni. Like, especially if you first time you have one or two and you're like, holy, this is real good. And then that first one goes down and you're like, okay, time to ease the roll.
Oh, yeah. If you ever want to kick the crap out of yourself, a French 75 is a good way to do it. Have you guys ever made those?
I've heard of it. Maybe I've had one, but I don't remember.
Gin and Prosecco?
I use Prosecco. Some people are like, it has to be champagne because it's a French 75.
That's true, I guess. But yeah, I'm a Prosecco. I tend to buy Prosecco.
I can buy Prosecco in these little guys.
Yeah.
Buying champagne in these little guys is still really expensive.
Yeah.
And it's much rarer. Because I'm not a big bubbly guy, so I don't want a full bottle of champagne or even Prosecco that I then kind of, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You're drinking it for the sake of getting rid of it.
Because I don't want to waste the money kind of thing. Little bottles. So it's like I'll take Prosecco or champagne, whatever. It's whatever I find at the SAQ. Because I buy them like this because I'm making French 75s. I'm not inviting friends over and celebrating life or anything like that.
One of my favorite summer drinks across the board is an Aperol Spritz. And so that's Aperol, Prosecco, and a little bit of club soda. Man. It's, I just like they just
they fly.
Yeah.
My brother's getting married next year, and one of the things that this venue, it's not like an old farm, Prince Edward County. Anyways, but they have like an official like Aperol Spritz like cart that is part of like the cocktail hour. They had pictures. It was all branded and everything. Like it looks like an old wooden cart that like a market stall type thing. And yeah, that's what they just do. They just rifle those off. I'm sure there's other things as well, but
the thing about those though is like Aperol is pretty low ABV, right?
It's like 10, I think, plus or minus,
10,
right?
13, something around there. I mean, even Campari is not big.
26?
Like,
yeah.
Are you right? 25 here.
Okay.
You know,
sorry, I gotta look and see what Aperol is. I thought it was a bit more than that, but
I thought it's 11 is the number. That's my guess.
11 makes sense, or maybe 13. I don't remember. But like, here's the
11.
thing.
11.
11? Okay.
Yep.
I was just talking about this. This came up like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I couldn't believe how low it was. That's why.
Okay, but the thing is, these are the flavorants of your drink, right? These are the things that bring the character to most drinks, right? Where the drinks, where the base note or the heart note, in fact, is something like a whiskey or a champagne or a gin or something. Well, a lot of gins are down around 40% too, aren't they?
Yeah,
but
for
like,
sure.
But the simple fact is, if something kind of tastes like you're just drinking Kool-Aid, 6 of them in, and like you're counting stars, and you didn't even know that was happening, right?
Yeah, and something that Janelle likes to do is make Campari spritzes because she likes that quite a bit.
Right.
Really likes the bitter flavor. I like Campari quite a. I'm learning to like it more. I probably lean towards Aperol a bit more, but she really likes that bitter Campari. So Campari Spritz is a good alternative if you want.
I've never
to get
tried
a little
that.
bit more punch. Yeah, it's great.
I'll try that.
Twice as much alcohol too.
Yeah,
I love Campari. I love it.
Yeah.
For months, I was just looking for different cocktails I could, Campari cocktail. Okay, I'm going to try that one this week and that one next week. Oh, Peter, holy crap. You still have a few batch ones of APCS if you need one. I don't know if I could afford that, but I would love that. I was about to say something brilliant again, but oh yeah, I was talking about Campari, how and it's like I don't know what it is about the Campari because there are other bittering, it's not an Amaro, but it could be, right? I have Amaro Nonino. Do either of you guys have that?
I've tried it for sure. Yeah. And I have a few different Amaros. Yeah.
So, and I don't know much about Amari, right? I bought Nonino because I wanted to try a recipe that I saw on The Educated Barfly, right?
Yep.
Fell in love with the bottle design. As an ex-designer, that kind of thing really, really works for me.
Cool label.
Cool label. Really nice Amaro, too. Really nice. Like, I need to pick up a bottle of Montenegro just to see what it's like.
Montenegro is great.
Yeah.
I've sipped on that many times. Just that over that. I mean, you could do it neat or even just over a little bit of ice.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Oh, by the way, excuse me, said cheers to us earlier. Thanks. But like, it's funny, things like Campari and Pinot de Charente and stuff like that. Some people just drink these over ice. Like you're saying, you've had the Montenegro just over ice.
Yep.
There are so many bottles sitting upstairs. That's such a bougie thing to say, isn't it? There are just so many bottles sitting in my bar cart. But what I meant to say is that there are so many bottles sitting up there that I only bought for the cocktail context. So I've never just sat there and I've never just sat there and sipped on a glass of Campari over ice. Or
this is one that's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Scott.
No. It's, I was just going to say, a thing that I like to do whenever I buy anything, whatever it is, I like to try it neat with a rock and in a cocktail. That's kind of like my rule of three.
And that's what I should be doing too. I really should be, because I mean, there are all these fudge, I just keep saying there are all these bottles that the only way I know the taste is in other things.
Right.
Like I'm like, Aperol's good, but I love Campari. Well, maybe if I actually just had a little Aperol on ice or something, I would love it.
So this is what I was going to show. Maybe. This is vermouth, same company as the. Is there a way to show that?
Is that Vermouth de Provence?
Del Professeur, the same one.
Del Professeur, okay.
So this I got from my dad 5 or 6 years ago now. This is 375 milliliters.
Wow.
This was like $130 6 years ago.
Wow.
And this, I literally call this nectar of the gods. There's like one thing left in there, and I've just been like dreading finishing it because I think that my dad's wife bought 4 of them from Italy. And like, I never mixed it with Jamaican rum cask finish vermouth. And it just, I don't even know. It just tastes in your mouth. It just tastes like it would heal anything. I don't.
Wow.
So I've been saving this last drop.
Don't save it for too long though, because vermouth goes off, right?
Yeah. No, I know this stuff I've never had a problem with. It's never changed.
Do you guys want to hear a heartbreaking story?
Yeah.
Sure.
20 odd years ago or more, I was working before the first time I burnt out of the tech industry. I was like director of documentation and design, because, startups, right? Anyways, walked into the SAQ with our CTO, and they had some port there. Now, I used to drink a lot of Porto, right? And Quebec is a huge Porto market, like number 4 or 5 in the world, something like that. Quebec, okay? Quebec is to Porto what certain other provinces are to like whiskey or whatever. We do a lot of wine and a lot of stuff like that. Anyways, there was, I don't even remember what it was now, but it was from 1972. And I'm also from 1972. and it was kind of affordable at the time, like 20 odd years ago. So I bought a bottle. He bought 2 bottles. We cracked one of his that day to see what it was like. Lovely.
Okay.
And I put mine away to age it. Now, I lived in an apartment with the pantry on an outside wall that would, bake all summer and freeze all winter.
Mm-hmm.
So like 10 years later, I was like, oh, I'm opening this. And I opened it, and it was just not what it should have been, shall we say. And I was like, I was saving this for a minute.
Yeah, it really does speak to just like buy it and
get a freaking wine fridge, right?
Put her down. Yeah, or that. Yeah, I've had this on my shelf, honestly, for 6 years, I think. Yeah. It's never really changed.
Well, but it's got that sort of special, you've got a bit of a special tie to it. So I get it. Like I hang on to bottles way too long too. And like I said, not doing them any favors, having just a little bit in it, lots of oxygen getting in there. But, you just
chemistry. I'll probably save it for the last night of a winter camping trip, canoe trip or something.
But like it never occurred to me to just drink vermouth.
Yeah. Well, this stuff here, I was just smelling it as like this was from my dad as well. The stuff that I use, I was just smelling. I was like, oh man, that kind of smells like this other stuff. Like I will keep this bottle. Like I'm gonna leave like a milliliter in here, and I will just smell it for the rest of my life, probably.
That's so cool.
Huh. I know at my dad's house, there's like a nearly full one of these bad boys. So next time,
okay.
It's not like this is the end of it for me. There's a stash somewhere 3 hours away. I just gotta. Every time I go there, I just forget that it lives. So,
my dad used to work as a building inspector for the city of West Vancouver, and the tradition out there might still be, but shall we say, that whenever the building inspector would show up at a workhouse, work
site.
You made 2 Boulevardiers.
How's that comparison going?
Yeah, it's going great, except the one with the Alberta Premium is almost finished. When the building inspector shows up at the work site, he goes to do the inspection, blah, 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 and at some point someone drops a bottle of Crown Royal. Crown Royal is the purple bag, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Drops a bottle of Crown Royal on the passenger side seat. Like, it's just, it happens. Every time you show up, you get back to your car, there's a bottle of Crown. So he ended up with all this Crown, and he doesn't drink the Crown. So he gave me like a bottle or 2 over the years. But like, why couldn't they be dropping like Octomore on your
right?
Couldn't they, Ardbeg 10, guys?
They make some expensive Crown Royals, and I think I sent pictures to you guys. My dad we killed it, but he had like this last of the Waterloo distillery, whatever, blah blah blah. My grandpa had it, and he's been passed away like over 20 years now, and we killed it, and like it was good, but like, and we bought him another one similar. It wasn't the same bottle. It was like it was somewhere near Windsor, Ontario, the distillery. And yeah, it was, I don't know, it was $150 or $200, and like, it's not very good. not that good.
Yeah, I have a hard time spending that kind of money on Canadian whiskey if it's one of the old school makers. Right?
It was just my grandpa. That was it. Crown Royal. That was his deal. And
oh yeah, for sure.
Whatever. I only spent $75. My brother split it with me. So
yeah.
That's
Canadian Club was like kind of marketed, I think, like in the 60s and stuff. It was sort of marketed as a premium whiskey.
Yeah.
Like,
I got a funny Canadian Club story for you guys. So, well, it was funny to me and the other guy. So we lived with this guy, university. So this is almost 20 years ago. 3 guys lived together. We were friends in high school. And the last night, the first buddy, he's gone home. Okay. He's gone home already. His exams are done. The last night, me and this other buddy are still here. And we're just goofing around. We're playing some darts and watching like Raptors or something and having a few drinks. And he ran out. So he's like, okay, my buddy here has half a bottle of Canadian Club left. He's like, I'm just going to drink it. I'll replace it. He's not coming back, right? For like weeks. He's like, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill it up with water. And so then I'll buy him a new bottle, a full brand new bottle. Okay. So funny joke. 2 days later, I'm back in my hometown, and the first guy whose whiskey it was shows up at a party with a half full bottle of Canadian Club, and I'm like, no way.
No.
He went back home to back to our house at McMaster in Hamilton to get something, and he's like, oh, I'll use this. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh god, here we go. So I watch him pour it out. It comes out in water. He looks right at me and he's like, it was this other guy, right? And I was like, yeah, it was so funny. I had lots, so we shared with them, and it was all done. Everyone was even at the end of it, but it was still so funny that he showed up with this bottle of water that we thought was gonna be a funny joke in a month.
Right. Yeah.
And, by the time you get to the party, it's too late to run to the
and
LCBO, right?
This dude he didn't even have a driver's license or nothing. So
gosh,
he was fine. I had lots. We did not go amiss, but it was just funny when he showed up with that bottle. I was like, oh shit,
that's awesome. Reminds me of my dad. My dad was a bourbon drinker. He still does have. He still drinks bourbon. He's 78.
We've had this conversation, haven't we? That your dad's the bourbon guy.
Oh yeah, probably yeah. And it's interesting. My brother's watching this now. He'll probably text me when I tell the story. But he's 10 years older than me, my brother. And Dad always had a bottle of Jim Beam White. Was always in our house. It was the white label Jim Beam.
That's a classic. That's an old time. That's an old time drink.
But he spent his high school years or his teenage years stealing drinks out of that bourbon bottle and topping it up with water. Yeah. And then I come along, and then my teenage years, I did the same thing. Ken was already moved out and gone, but I was doing the same thing, taking little sips and stealing bourbon and topping it back up with water. And so I think it was on his 70th birthday. I was with my dad, and I bought him a bottle of Knob Creek. We were talking about Knob Creek earlier. And Knob Creek is, it's overproof. It's got a little bit more punch to it. My dad will only drink it with Diet Coke. He won't drink anything. It has to be bourbon and Diet Coke.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's it's smooth or whatever. He's just chugging them back. But he ended up having too much to drink that night. But the whole joke was that he spent the last 30 years of his life drinking watered down.
Well, because that's exactly where I was going to go with that. It's like, all these stories we hear about, so-and-so, oh yeah, I've been drinking my dad's beer, whiskey, and, take a little bit, water it down, take a little bit. If you're used to this steadily watered down booze, if you get a shot of the real stuff, it must knock your ears right off,
Just slam you,
yeah, exactly.
So I finished.
This is really, really good.
That's a nice glass, dude.
What's that?
That's a nice glass.
Yeah, I got that from my dad as well. I got 4 of them actually. The problem is it's a little small, and I have these football-shaped ice cubes that just envelop the whole glass. So
yeah, football-shaped ice cubes. That's the most fitting thing I've ever heard, because I know about you and the football.
Yeah, I got 2 of them. Yeah, I had one left.
Football guy.
Yeah, 49ers.
49ers. Okay, San Francisco.
Yeah, for better or for worse. Well, I'm born in 84, so that Steve Young Super Bowl in 94, 10.
Okay.
Coming into the sports. So that was, everyone's going to jump on a bandwagon once. That was me.
Yeah, awesome.
For me, football is World Cup.
Right.
I'm a follower of the German national team.
Okay.
I love them.
I never, I have not yet gotten into, football or soccer,
Soccer.
Football.
Scott, before you go any further, what is Janelle making behind you?
I don't know, but she's got a really nice rye.
She's got a rye. Is that the Sazerac rye?
That's Sagamore.
Oh, Sagamore, okay.
Yeah, it's a very, very good rye. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one, because I've seen that one in Quebec and I haven't picked it up.
Oh yeah, worth picking up. Absolutely.
I see the Sazerac a lot though. Any good?
This is similar to the Sazerac. It's kind of a little bit more like anise forward.
Yeah. I find a lot of American ryes are anise forward, and a lot of Canadian ryes are not.
Yep.
Not a massive fan of the anise.
Okay. Okay, so you you might not dig it, but it's it's a nice rye. It's one that we like around here, for sure.
Well, I'll be in Alberta this summer.
That's right. You will. Festival time.
Yeah, maybe our last one, in fact, for us.
Yeah, this one was almost our last one. We kind of got in last minute, and I hear there's a few acts that normally do it that won't be there this year, so it's a little bit bittersweet. But I'm glad that Squid Jigger will be out there, and we'll get to hang out and have a few drams.
If it turns out to be our last one, let's make it a blast.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
If not, you should make it a blast anyways.
That's right.
Excellent point. It's funny because hold on. Excuse me. It says classic homage tonight, guys. It's funny because I'm on my second Boulevard Eye.
Second glass of liquor.
Yeah, second. Well, after I've had two of these guys. Yeah. So
I just poured a new dram here. I'm having some more neat. Yeah.
I'll probably do that once. Yeah, I can do the English. I'll probably do that once I'm finished this one. The thing is, the reason I poured two of those was to see how this stands up to the Alberta Premium, because this isn't 100% rye, and I do love me some 100% rye.
Right.
Well, this has got to be close, though, right?
What I'm gonna say is we're talking 80%. Kentucky, right? Yeah.
Well, it's half Kentucky
yes.
and half Canadian rye, but the port's got to be the more expensive component of those three.
Well,
you think that they would?
Well, what I'm gonna say is we're talking 80% rye and 20% port.
You think they're putting that much in there?
Do you think they're putting less, like 10%?
Yeah, 10 was my guess.
Oh,
like I don't know. Think about if you take, you could probably figure it out. Take a glass of port or red wine, and mix it with water and see what you get. That looks kind of like this.
Right.
20% would be pretty juicy, but you might be right. It's definitely not more than 20, and it's probably not less than 10. And I would think that wouldn't the port be the most expensive of those three components?
Well, it depends on the quality of the port they're using, right? Because
it's probably not the best. Because why would you?
It won't be the best for sure. There's no logic to that.
Yeah.
But okay, I'll go with you on that. I'll say 10% port.
But like 20 is not, like, if we're talking rough ballpark, 10 to 20 is probably a good number.
I'm just trying to see if I can find any sort of exact mash bill here.
I can't.
But that's more rye than most whatever rye is. Like, you're getting a really large percent of actual rye.
Well, when something's a high rye mash bill, is there an actual number attributed to that, or is it like a range? Man, I hope Peter White's around still, because he'll just drop the knowledge on us, right?
This is where I fall way behind.
Well, because
I think anything that's like 51% or more rye is considered high rye.
It's considered okay.
Yeah.
See, I thought that was what's considered a rye.
It had to be at least more than half.
51%. That's what I thought. But the thing is, the rules for on the American side of the whiskey world, there's so many of them.
Yeah.
They have so many terms, right? This is straight, that's bottled in bond, this is blum, this is blue, this is blue, this is black. I'm like, what? Why can't you just have whiskey?
Well, see, if you just look into it as little as I do, you can. And if it tastes good, I drink it. If I don't, I don't.
Hey, I mean,
I haven't crossed the Rubicon yet, so
fair enough.
It's pretty nice on the side of the river.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, once there's no going back. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
why it's good to have me on this, because I represent the Everman.
It is good.
He knows a little bit, but not a lot.
I think it is important to say, like, if you like it, drink it. It doesn't matter what it is. It's that is I think something that gets lost sometimes.
Although I did see a guy at the beer store today buying 224s of Molson Dry, and I will not say that for that guy. Guy ruined his long weekend before it even started.
Yeah, get on there, right?
The only thing I can see I'm just kind of been looking at this mash bill is 27% high rye. So 27% of a rye that's over 51%, or I think between 50 and 51 and 70%.
Okay, that's gonna be your American rye, I think.
Yeah, and then it says same one used, and I believe Peter said something about Old Granddad using the same mash bill.
So we can look up the Old Granddad mash bill, and that'll
Maybe,
tell us.
that might be the way to go about it.
And that's another thing, by the way. As you're looking that up, I find that the differences between certain brands of bourbon, in the bourbon side of things, is that, this is the same mash bill as that, but it was stored in this warehouse instead of that. And that's why this is whatever, and that is whatever else. I'm like, you guys are complicating things.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think there's not a ton of transparency in American whiskey, you know?
There
working
could
on
be
it.
that. They've got some cool rules though, because don't they have a rule against having, like, is American whiskey all free of caramel coloring? Like I thought I had read that you cannot have additives. Oh wait,
Bourbon you can for sure. Bourbon can't have any additives.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love that rule for Canadian whiskey.
Yeah. That's a good rule in general.
All right, I'm gonna accept an old fashioned.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
I've noticed you've been, kind of doing a little bit of tequila. You're, making some tequila cocktails and stuff. I sort of got into tequila, last year and did a pretty deep dive. And that's something that I learned a lot about in terms of additive free situations. Tequila
There's a lot of additives in tequila.
Oh man, that industry is wild. Like there's very little regulation in terms of what you can put, not put in and put in there. So there's a really great actually website. It's an app as well, tequilamatchmaker.com. They'll tell you what's certified additive free if you're looking for tequilas and things that like it's sustainably harvested agave and things like that.
Okay.
When you start looking at tequila that way, it just changes everything.
I had, here's, do I tell this? No, I don't. But I can tell a side story because it's less embarrassing. For me, tequila was not a good experience.
I think that you're not alone in that, your first experience with it, right?
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm not alone in this.
Whatever, and a lot of it was like, here's a prairie fire shot, some tequila and Tabasco. Perfect.
Well, it's probably like Jose Cuervo.
Well, and here's the thing, right? Like, to me, tequila had always been whatever is the toilet water that you get at the bar that comes with a slice of citrus and like a shaker of salt.
Yeah.
Right? And I have always found that the drunk one gets off of that. And I'm not someone who, at this point in my life, I don't get drunk because I have control issues. Yeah. And I hate, like, there are two things I can't handle. One is headaches, one is nausea. So you drink too much and you wake up the next morning with both? Yeah. Like a double header? Like
hangovers are brutal now, the older you get.
Exactly. So I've been like tequila averse for like my entire adult life. But I feel that you need, like, I take cocktails seriously. I don't mean they're no fun because I'm too, like, I enjoy making them. I like making them. In fact, I might like making them more than I like drinking them sometimes. Like, I'm very process oriented. And what I like about cocktails is that there's a process and then there's like, I do it this way. No. I'll do the old fashioned. I'll do the original way and then I'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have been a chemist then.
Well, except I didn't have the math.
No, I feel that though, man. Like I'll be the first to admit, like for the channel, I make cocktails. They don't always get drank.
They can't always, because otherwise you would be an alcoholic like this.
Yeah.
Right. But my thing is, like, there are all these cocktails, like a Paloma. I have no idea what a Paloma tastes like because I hate, tequila, that. I hate tequila.
You got to make a Paloma like with
Yeah.
with a good. You've got a good tequila right
I
now.
have a good tequila.
That's an additive-free tequila that you have right now.
And that's what I was trying to get to is that I have a cousin whose ex-husband is Mexican. My nephew or her son, whatever you call that, because in Quebec, everyone's just a cousin or an aunt or an uncle, right? We don't pay attention to second, twice removed, this and that and the other. Anyway, her son, he is playing pro football, by which I mean real football. Football.
The ball you hit with your foot.
World Cup. He's playing for a Mexican team now. Anyway, so she knows her tequila. And I went to Ottawa for, unfortunately, a funeral and then a wake. And we were both there, and I said, so look, I feel I need to know tequila because I like making cocktails. And there's this whole segment, 2 whole segments, in fact. There's the whole tequila segment I never touch because I don't know what is a good tequila, and say the same thing, but for mezcal. And she's like, oh, I got you. Nice. And that's one of the ones she suggested to me, and it was the first one that I could find. Yeah. And it's freaking delicious, dude.
Yeah. When it's the right stuff and it's not full of just crap. Yeah. Basically swill that they then, add oak extract and they add sweeteners and they add glycerin to like make it have a little bit of a better mouthfeel. All that stuff gets put in those celebrity tequilas and stuff.
Right.
I was I'll say I was at a pretty swanky hotel. We had a gig a couple of weeks ago. I won't say exactly, I guess the hotel, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter, but I was I was appalled at the tequila list because it was all Casamigos, which is the tequila company that George Clooney owns.
Right.
Full of additives. Like it tastes like vanilla. Like it's got just it's a bad tequila, and everybody thinks it's great because it's celebrity owned and you're paying a premium for this.
I get that, and I want to say something about that, but at first I want to point out 3 comments in the side chat. Shawnee says, "Oh, that's interesting. You like making the cocktail more than you like drinking it." That depends on the cocktail. Some of them, I'll read something. I think it sounds really cool, and then I'll make it and I'll drink it, and 2 things happen. By which I mean one of 2 things happen. What's with all this whiskey I've been drinking? Either I'm gonna drink it and think, "Oh yeah," or I'm gonna drink it and think, "Oh yeah,
interesting."
Yeah, interesting. And the interesting doesn't mean I'm going to finish it.
No.
If the interesting means I hated that for 30 seconds and then I kind of liked it, then I'll sit with it for a while. But the thing with cocktails is you don't sit with them because that ice is melting, right?
Yeah, it's changing.
It's changing over time. But yeah, I don't drink everything. Like sometimes I'll sip something and think, no.
Yeah.
Goop.
Yep,
okay.
Down the sink.
And you can't. And I know people are like, you can't do that. That was so expensive. But the thing is, you can't think of it that way, man.
No.
Because if you start thinking of it that way, you'll be like, okay, I hate this, but I need my money's worth. You're not getting your money's worth because you're not liking the experience.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's it. Right there. Boom. Done.
Yep.
If you're not enjoying it, pour it down the damn sink. You can use the whiskey for something else because it's going to be good. You can use the vermouth for something else because it's going to be good. You can use the tequila.
Well, I think it's so built into us, when we're kids, like eat everything on your plate and make, you don't want to waste things, but which I get, but no, if I'm not enjoying it, I'm not drinking it.
I got a story for you, but first I'm going to say hi to Chris. How's it going, Chris? Where are you tonight? Peanut Trucker is named Trucker because you never know where he is because he is literally transporting stuff across the United States. Not Jim Morrison says he does. It's an art, and I don't remember what that was about, but I figured I would just point it out anyway. Shawnee says, "What did you end up making with the orgeat?"
Oh,
I made. What did you suggest, Scott?
Trinidad Sour.
Trinidad Sour. Holy crap! What a drink.
You like that?
Yeah. Yeah. Except I was so weirded out by having to pop the top off my Angostura bitters so I could pour like
it's unorthodox. Yep.
Yeah, because we talked about that back in a few months ago. I had one.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
I ended up having to use simple syrup because I just didn't want to wait. But
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Hey, man.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really, really interesting in a good way cocktail. I love it.
Yeah.
like when I make an old fashioned like I did, I hammer the bitters in there. I'm not doing like 2 little drops. I'm like, boom, 3 or 4 good hacks.
Well,
you like
know
your
what?
bitters. Okay.
I got to tell the story. I'm
Tell the story, brother.
okay. So I like that cocktail quite a bit. I make it, and I have been making it for a while. So Janelle and I had first been dating, and I was making her cocktails, just trying to impress her, and this was very early on, and so I made her a Trinidad sour, and turns out she has an allergy, a very severe allergy to hemp, and so Angostura bitters, they actually don't tell you what's in Angostura bitters. There's like 100 ingredients or something like that. Okay. Roots and bark and things like that. And we feel at this point now probably some hemp, because it made her so sick. I almost killed her. A very, very bad allergic reaction.
Scott, you scoundrel.
Yeah. So, but interesting, right? Because you put so much Angostura bitters in that cocktail. It really made her sick. Anyway, so we haven't had those in a while. But
off the list.
I still love them though.
I have this real weird sort of terror of like a food allergy coming to bite me in the arse, because I got a couple, like salmon will kill me. And,
salmon?
Yeah, any of those what we call the poisson gras, greasy fish.
Yeah,
fatty fish.
Fatty fish. Okay.
Fatty fish. And Jesse, nope.
Really?
I don't want to die yet. And like our youngest daughter, who's now 4, we spent good 2 or 3 years working on microdosing and this and that to get her over food allergies to dairy and eggs. Good luck going to a breakfast place with a kid like that.
No kidding. Or just anywhere.
And the way we found out was terrifying. And like food allergies are so scary.
Yeah. And you just don't know until you have something.
You don't know. I didn't know I was allergic to fish. Well, to certain fish until I ended up in the hospital. Because especially with fish allergies, they don't show up the first time you try it.
Oh.
And sometimes not the second time.
Really?
And then the third time, and hello, hospital.
Wild. So,
like, by the way, hemp allergy is a weird one. I've never heard of that.
She's very allergic to it. Like hemp, like sometimes we joke about like slipping hemp hearts into her,
I have hemp hearts upstairs in my kitchen, dude. I'm not having her over for
I would never do that. But yeah, like it makes her really sick, which is crazy. Yeah.
Peanut Trucker has answered me. By us, by which I mean me. He's in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So he's... where's your wife tonight, though? Wife is out in California visiting my sister. All right.
South Dakota.
Shawnee says, dang, what a story. I'm not sure if she's talking about you. I think she's talking to you.
The deathly allergy. Yeah.
That's crazy, because I've never even heard of that allergy. But to me, food allergies are real serious because of that, right? Because me and Clémence, forget about it. Meanwhile, Clémence's sister, Camille, who, for those of you who watch my other channel, will recognize, she's 11 now. That girl will eat anything. She's the queen of food, man. She loves her some fish. She loves her some lobster. She loves her some pretty much anything. Hates mustard.
Like just yellow regular mustard, or
just yellow regular mustard, yeah.
Which
we don't tend to have here in this house. We're kind of the grainy mustard kind of hosts because it's delicious.
It is.
Yellow has its place.
It does have its place, but I don't eat that many
on a hot
dogs.
dog. On a hot dog.
Yeah, hot dog hamburger.
At a sports event.
Yeah.
Gotta have the yellow mustard.
Yeah.
At the sporting event.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna make a old fashioned, but I'm out of ice.
I think I'm gonna make. I
reused. I had that huge football of ice. I reused mine.
All right, I'm gonna reuse one too.
I'm going. Yeah, I'm gonna go and get the stuff, and I'm gonna have an old fashioned. I think.
I will as well. I mean, why not, right? Old fashioned is like the whiskey drink.
It's pretty good sitting from the side of the fence. Couple sips in.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to sort of salvage what I can here.
It's all the same.
I brought down sugar cubes.
Is that what you typically use?
The hell was that? Yeah, I'm a classicist. I like the sugar cube. I don't use simple syrup.
This is what I have been using. Oh man, you guys can't read that at all. Anyways, it's a company called Kinsip. It's this whiskey barrel aged maple syrup.
What?
Ontario grade A, very dark. I've had this years. It's super dark maple syrup that was aged in a whiskey barrel. I just use that instead of dealing with like sugar cubes or.
We've had this conversation, haven't we? You're the one who told me to use maple syrup.
I think so, yeah. Obviously, it changes the flavor. It's easy though.
I don't know where my bitters went.
You can borrow mine if you want to come down and grab them.
Did I forget my bitters? I forgot my bitters upstairs. Can you guys be hilarious for about 30 seconds?
Oh yeah.
All right.
No problem.
Talk about you.
We
were just talking about. So Scott, when you make an old fashioned, what do you use for the sugar part?
So usually I'll use. Oh, thank you, honey. Usually I'll use like Demerara simple syrup, a 2-to-1 rich.
Yeah.
Demerara. Sometimes maple syrup. Depends on what I'm making, but typically my go-to would be a 2-to-1 rich Demerara simple syrup.
Nice. I was just telling Jess I've been using this stuff lately. For a couple, you can't see it. Anyways, this company called Kinsip. I think they're from Prince Edward County, but it's maple syrup that has been aged in a whiskey barrel.
Oh wow! Okay.
Ontario grade A, very dark maple syrup aged in a whiskey barrel, and that's all I use it for. So I had a 375 ml bottle. I still got half of it left, and it's been going for pre-pandemic days. Anyways,
that's very cool.
It works good. It's good. I mean, obviously you get a lot of the maple syrup flavor, and you're kind of doubling down with the whiskey barrel aged maple syrup going with whiskey. But
absolutely,
there's not a lot of goofing around. You pour it, you stir it a couple times, it's all done.
I actually have whiskey barrel aged maple syrup upstairs as well. Not from the same company as you. I also now have bitters all over my keyboard.
Oh no!
So I'm just doing a little wipe, a little wipey wipe. Tabernouche. And these stupid Apple keyboards are so overpriced too. So if I ruin my keyboard, I'm going to be really angry about it. But that's a tomorrow Jesse problem. Okay.
That is a tomorrow problem, yes.
I have a Chuka cube and like 4 dashes of Angostura bitters because Mike Morton is a smart freaking guy and he says to overdo it with the bitters.
Yeah.
I do 4 like
bitters are like garlic with cooking or vanilla extract with baking. It's like you measure with your heart.
Yeah.
There's
a good restaurant
limit.
There used to be a good restaurant in St. John, New Brunswick. It's not good anymore, except we go back every year for the Caesar salad.
Mm-hmm.
And they make it, in front of the table in this like 40-year-old, probably God knows what's in it, wood bowl. And they always ask how much garlic you want. And it's just like hot, pump it. And
just pump it.
Just annihilate me. I'm not coming home for a week. I don't care.
Kill me with it.
Just kill me gently with your love. Your garlicky love. I'm with you. I think garlic, do it up right.
Yeah.
Do it up good.
Yeah, either get in the pool or don't just dangle your toes.
Who the hell just dangles their toes?
All right, some orange Oil expressed. Rub the rim. Toss it in.
Rub the rim and toss it in. Yeah, I'm not reusing the orange.
No way. Gotta be fresh. It's the little things about. I always say this. My cocktails at home. It's the little things. It's like chilling the glass. It's cleaning things out. Use a fresh peel. Like it only takes a second, but it really makes a big difference.
I left my old peel in the bottom, just in the dregs. I put a new one in, but the old one's down there.
I do that sometimes. I leave the old one in, but I put a fresh one in as well.
This is my first time ever reusing a glass or an ice cube, so I will learn
Here's
from
an
you guys.
old-fashioned.
Cheers, boys. Any port in a storm.
Any pour in a storm. It's not funny, but I'm a dad, so I can get away with it.
Well, it was a reference to the port in the rye, but I guess that went right over the top of your head. But
yeah, but I've had a whole lot of drinks. That's way more quality than my stupidness.
That is very nice.
It is very nice.
It's a good old fashioned for sure. Yeah.
No goofing around there.
What I like about this is it's got sort of viscosity to it that I was not expecting in a 40%.
Yep.
You can see that. Yeah, when you roll it around, it hangs.
Yeah, that's why I was sort of spending so much time rolling it in the glass. I've currently had too much of it. But
it's actually funny because a lot of the qualities that we're talking about sort of is more like a bourbon thing. All the words that we're using, I wouldn't say it necessarily tastes like that, but in an old fashioned, it certainly lends very much that way. Yeah. If you gave this to me, and you didn't tell me what it was, I might have had a hard time telling you it wasn't bourbon.
Well, I think the thing that's doing that is it's interesting because when I took a look there at the old granddad mash bill, that's a lot of corn in that mash bill. Mm-hmm. So I think
what's the percentage?
You know what? Let me see if I kept it here.
So it's basically a calculated rounding error away from being bourbon, anyways.
63% corn, 27% rye, and 10% malted barley in the granddad blend. Mm-hmm. So we're getting all these different types of flavors, which almost kind of lends itself to that sort of split base that I was talking about of like some bourbon, some rye. So yeah, I'd love this at just a little bit higher percentage. I love it though, just as is, but I'd love to.
I think I would love this at 46.
Yep.
I would adore it probably at 50. To me, it's funny. To me, 50% is we're just going to forget that happened on the freaking internet that forgets nothing. For me, the pinnacle is 50%. It really is. Like, I love my cast strength and everything, but like, I really think that 50% is the sweet spot because once you get to cast strength, you start spending some big money, right?
So that's what I was just going to say. I wonder for this specifically, if you get it up to like 50% and this is all of a sudden $90 instead of 50, if it doesn't lose. Then
is it as good?
Is it? Yeah, exactly.
Is it a good
magic?
It doesn't have the same charm. Yeah.
Is it like for $50? That's really not that, or $60. It's really not that expensive.
Yeah,
I feel like
you're
really getting a lot of bang for your buck here. Is it like the best, number one thing of all time? I don't know, probably not. But we've proven tonight that you can drink it any way you want, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, agreed. I think it for $50-$60, like. Yeah, definitely something to have on your, in your liquor cabinet, on your bar cart.
Because I would buy this again at that kind of pricing. 100%. Well, at that kind of pricing, at $20 because I bought it from Alberta.
Well,
but
it was $75 for you.
At that sort of store pricing, I think the quality is there.
Yeah.
I if I could try it at 50% or God help me at cast strength. I mean, the flavors are good, right?
I wonder what it would taste like. That's be super interested in that.
It'd be very good, I feel like.
Yeah.
I think it would be. I really think it would be. I always feel that when a distillery drops it down to 40%, they're kind of they're doing a disservice to themselves. The thing is, you dilute it to 40% because that way you can get it down to $60, right?
Yeah.
Oh, a couple of things I just want to point out. People have been chit-chatting in the side chat while we've been drinking. Jay Morrison says, "Oh no, salmon is no good. That's so sad." Hey, you know what? I tell you something. I used to spend so due to the magic of parental divorce, I would go to school in Quebec, in Montreal. I mean, I'm not telling you guys exactly where I live. I'm in Montreal, okay? And then the day after school was done, boom, my sister and I were on a plane to Vancouver. And then we would come back the day before school started because, we're kids. We didn't have to do our own setup. Vancouver, for a kid who is allergic to salmon, is a freaking nightmare.
Oh yeah.
Because everyone's like, Dave, we're gonna show your kids a BC delicacy, and then they'd slap this fish down, and I'd be like, oh wow,
Yeah.
do I want to die this far from home?
So I guess you don't like. Do you like sushi at all, or do you like sushi and avoid salmon, or are you a no sushi guy?
There's one place we order from all the time because they know. They see our phone number, and he changes the knife. I get the veggie sushi.
Okay.
The others get the fish and all that stuff, and he changes the knife and wipes down the board before he makes mine.
Amazing.
He knows. He sees our number, and he knows. We ordered from another place, and I had a rough night. So we just ordered from one place.
Because everything was, just cross-contaminated.
Just cross-contaminated up the hell, and I can't do it. I cannot handle it. So.
Yeah.
And, it's funny because I would love to make my wife Gravlax, but I'm afraid of, making it and, touching my face.
Gravlax.
Yeah, Gravlax. It's a Swedish salmon. You sort of traditionally you put all the herbs and stuff on. You bury it underground for 2 weeks. But I mean, we do it in the fridge these days because modern world.
Okay, I don't know that one.
I want to make cool salmon dishes for my wife and my daughter because I know that they love salmon. I know they love trout. They love all these fish that are a nightmare to someone like me who cannot even touch them.
Have you had cod?
Well, cod's a white fish, right?
So that doesn't do the thing.
I can have anything that's a white fish.
Okay.
As soon as it's like a pink, right? Like as soon as it's a real poisson gras, whatever. Yeah. Mike, what is poisson gras? You said it earlier. Oily fish?
I just fatty. Yeah, like when you're talking about foie gras, gras to me, I think it's fatty.
It's fat, but it's a different fatty fish, oily fish, whatever the term is, can't do it.
Yeah, any of those salmonids, basically.
Well, what falls in what about tuna? Does that fall in that category?
I don't know. I haven't had tuna in so
long. I wouldn't think so. But I think salmon, trout. I know you said walleye is okay. That's my favorite one to eat while camping.
I think so.
Walleye is very white.
If it's white, I can eat it. If it's white, I can eat it. If it's pink, forget about it.
Pike, you'd be okay.
A shark steak put me in the hospital.
Oof. Yeah, so when we go on that first canoe trip together someday, we're not eating fish.
We won't be fishing for the sharks.
Or I'm gonna have my finger on my trigger finger ready on the Garmin InReach.
Well, the thing is, I can eat the white fish, and I envy guys. This is kind of hoving into the bushcraft side of my online world, Scott. Sorry, but I envy guys who can get in a canoe, head into the woods, and just fish for supper. Because I've had an allergy to a certain side of fish, I've kind of ignored fish and seafood in many ways forever because I've just sort of associated them with salmon, blah, blah, blah.
Well, it'd be very scary to, you don't want something to happen.
But
here's the problem. I'm now at, exactly. But here's the problem. I am now at the point, going to start that sentence again. I'm not at the point where I'm not even going to bring a fishing rod because if I'm fishing something and I catch something, I don't know if that's a pike, a pickerel, a trout. I know what a salmon looks like, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where my knowledge ends. So I don't go fishing.
I don't even like fish, to be honest. I just
don't?
No, not really. When I'm canoeing, I eat it. That's it. You fry it super fresh. Whatever you do with some kind of beer batter. One thing we tried a couple of years ago while McKeamy was a 50-50 corn meal batter and crushed up Pringles. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
What I don't like because my wife has been trying to get me to eat fish. Okay, she's been trying because it's good for you and this and that, and I agree. Yeah, okay, I agree. One recipe she made that I kind of love is like potato and fish balls.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Like a fish cake kind of thing. Yeah.
I do
Something
love
like that.
fish cakes. Yep.
Fish cakes, I think I could do. But I don't like buttery tastes, and I feel that, and I find that white fish gets buttery really fast. Like a
So
lot
when
of
you
ways.
have your like Montreal bagel, you're doing cream cheese and not butter, huh?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll do butter on occasion because it's actual butter, but like, yeah, I don't like buttery tasting stuff. Like, you know, if the fish tastes too buttery, and white fish often does, if you do it in certain ways, I'm like, okay, I'm good. Okay. Okay. You know, I don't like buttery flavors. So that whenever it's like someone is like, oh, this is so good, it's so buttery, I'm like, nope.
But like a lot of French food, I mean, it's so much butter.
Yeah, but I live in Quebec. French food and Quebecois food are very, very different.
Yeah, I guess.
Quebecois food is, I mean, traditional Quebecois food is very heavy on like, we got a moose.
Yeah.
You know, whereas French food, there's a lot of cream, a lot of butter, a lot of stuff like that as well. Yeah, absolutely. But like when I say buttery, there's something specific happening in my head, and it's about a pan-fried white fish, like a what's it called in English? A tilapia.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know,
tilapia,
stuff like that, like all the white fish that I can eat. Just put the damn lemon on it, okay? This buttery thing is just like, I don't even love the smell. Like when I make pork chops, I will start with canola oil and I'll throw a little butter in for the formality, but I don't love the smell of frying in butter.
Okay.
This is a whiskey live stream.
Hey. Yeah. You know, I fat washed some bourbon in like popcorn butter one time.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, so that's something I've been playing around with is fat washing whiskeys. So around, you know, you can do the bourbon, bacon, fat washing bourbon.
That's the one I've done.
That's amazing, right?
So good.
So I did last year around Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
So I love horror movies. I watch a lot of scary movies in October. I made a popcorn infused bourbon. So it was basically like popcorn, like butter, popcorn in a pan, and then I took that butter that I cooked the popcorn in, and then fat washed bourbon with it. And then made some old fashions. It literally tasted like popcorn old fashions. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. And then
what's the actual? What's like? I never heard. I don't think I've heard of this fat washing.
Fat washing, yeah. So fat washing, basically, you take bacon grease, or you can take coconut oil. Coconut fat washed Campari is something that you should try. That is awesome. Yeah, just a little bit of coconut flavor, and the big thing with fat washing is the mouthfeel. It's so just like luxurious. It feels great in your mouth. But coconut fat washed Campari is amazing. But like say a bacon fat washed bourbon.
Dude, it never occurred to me to fat wash anything other than whiskey.
Yeah.
But vodka is probably begging for it because vodka's so.
So what's the actual process?
The process?
How do you do this?
Yeah, so you just basically pour in. There's lots of recipes and stuff like for
bacon fat.
Yeah, you pour in bacon fat into bourbon, and a certain amount, like however much bourbon to bacon fat. Pour it in, let it sit on the counter for a little while, but then put it in the freezer. This is what I did, and then the next day or the next 2 days, take it out. So all the fat has then kind of hardened,
reacted, taken out.
You take out the hard fat, strain it a couple times, strain it through a coffee strainer probably is the best thing. And then what you end up getting is this like really, really like viscous, but like differently
flavorful.
Yeah.
Now I'd be curious to see what the actual chemistry and what it's reacting with, and interesting.
Yeah.
It's Scott. One thing I want to say though is the bacon works best if you can get really smoky bacon.
Yeah, the smoke factor. Yeah, that makes
Like a
sense.
really like a smoky bacon makes for a spectacular. Now the thing is, I believe, and Scott can probably correct me if I'm wrong, is that once you've fat washed your whiskey or whatever, you kind of got to use it up.
Yeah, it doesn't last. It doesn't last like a typical. It has a shelf life.
Yeah, I have a bullet back there that I should probably never drink from.
Maybe. Yeah, yeah. Same with me actually. Like I still have some of that popcorn fat washed bourbon. I probably shouldn't drink it now.
Yeah, at that point, that's that the one point where pouring out a whiskey down the drain is allowable. I just want to go through a few side comments because we've
Absolutely.
there's a lot happening. Oh, bugger it! I just lost.
Did you lose the comments?
Okay, eggs. Eggs is a hard one. Oh yeah, we're talking about my daughter. Whack. Oh, that one day when I'm not on a live stream, I'll tell you about that day. These second, actually, most terrifying day. Chris has no allergies. I envy you like you wouldn't believe.
I am with you, Chris. Not that I know of to this point in my life. I'm 43. I don't think I'm allergic to anything.
Yeah, me too. Especially not salmon.
Shawnee says, of course, Jess has sugar cubes. I don't know if that's character assassination or if I should just own that one. And by the way, oh, piss. I don't know where they went. They're not white sugar cubes. They're the Demerara sugar cubes, or the beige ones, because I do like the finest things in life.
Spent the extra 30 cents.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, hi, Paul. Late to the party. Cheers, everyone. Welcome to the party, Paul. Late is better than never. Am I correct?
Cheers, Paul.
Squeeze Me says, yes, sir, Mr. Just salmon and crabs. Oh, does that mean you can't have salmon and crabs? I can have crab. I have liked crab better than lobster my whole life, but I'm not a massive fan of it. I used to really like it, but for my birthday one year after 40, because I had an epic 40th birthday, but like 48, something like that, my wife took me to a restaurant here called Manitoba, which is French for Manitoba. And there they had, like, it was one of those restaurants. I'm just being an asshole. It's Manitoba. But here.
Oh, now I get it. Wow.
And she discovered this restaurant and she was like, hey, Jess is from Franco, Manitoba. So this is funny. It's one of those restaurants that has a menu of like 4 things.
Right.
That changes, depending on the day. Kind of thing.
Seasonal and what's
There was
available.
Seasonal. There was this, there was that.
Fresh, yep.
And like their cocktails are non-standard. I had something called a forestier or something, or a lumberjack that was whiskey and a cedar essential oil that they had done themselves out of cedar with an alembic or some damn thing.
That's cool, yeah.
And like my supper that night was an elk tomahawk, and my wife had. I'm never going to use her name online because I'm not allowed. But my wife had something else, blah blah blah. But the entree. Now, those of you who are American will think that entree means main course, but it's not. Entree is the appetizer. So there, the entree was snow crab legs. Like, sure, snow crab, I could do that. I like me some crab. Man, these things were like, whoop, like the whole damn leg. You had to.
Oh, massive, yeah.
And it's funny because I don't like crab nearly as much as I used to. I still like it massively more than lobster. But
lobster's an interesting one,
It's and it's weird because you would think that they're the same, but they're not. They don't taste the same. They don't. There's nothing similar between the two.
Yeah, I'm originally from Newfoundland, and we, everybody thinks we love lobsters, lobster dinners and lobster fests, and I'm sure your band has played many lobster fests.
We've done some lobster.
Yeah,
some lobster fest,
it's interesting. I don't love lobster. Every now and then, like I'll maybe once a year is fine. It's just too much work for me for what you get out of it. But I have a funny story about lobster.
I do too, but I want to hear yours instead.
Okay, well, we should hear yours as well. But this, I'll be quick. So Dorina, the singer songwriter I play with, Dorina Harvey, she was. This was many years ago. She was playing as a solo at a lobster fest thing. You know, the East Coast artist will hire her for lobster. So she's originally from Labrador. Never had a lobster in her life. Her first lobster.
You wouldn't see a lot of them up in Labrador. That's
no, but like, you know, people out here, they sort of figured that she was an expert on lobster. So she, you know, goes to the dinner before she has to play, and they give her a lobster, and it's like 200 people there or whatever. And they go, okay, so we have a treat for everybody. We've got an authentic East Coaster here who's going to show us how to open up our lobster.
Oh, my freaking God. Yeah, you just takes it, you dashes on the floor. There you go. It's open.
She's barely even seen one before, like never, ever opened. So in front of 200 people, she
fuck my life.
figured out how to de-shell a lobster.
No pressure, but do it right, okay?
Yeah. Anyway, that's the lobster story. But you go ahead. I want to hear yours.
So I'm 18. Just turned 18. It's my birthday. And I've been wanting to try lobster forever. Now, here's the thing that not a lot of people know is that I grew up shift eating poor, shall we say. Shift is not the word I was going to use there, but, you know. So my 16th birthday. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Nobody knows. It's my birthday, and I've been wanting to try lobster my whole bloody teenage life. And my mother is like, okay, he's gonna get lobster tonight. So we went to this place. She ordered me a lobster, and I spent God knows how long taking that thing apart because they ain't simple.
No, they're not.
They ain't simple. I took it apart and I had this pile of meat on my plate. And I was like, okay, here we go. And I took a bite and I hated it. And my mom she still has guilty feelings over that. Even though it's not her bloody fault. I've been asking to try lobster because when you grow up shift eating poor, the way the other side of the tracks eats, or the way you view the way the other side of the tracks eats, is X. And the thing is, it might actually be Y or Z rather than X, but you have this image that it's X.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
And after my whole life, I wanted to see what X was like. And then I tried what I thought X was like, and I hated it.
Yeah, you're like, oh, should have got the chicken nuggets.
should have got the nugs.
Here's the thing, you know, my mom had to save up so we could go to this restaurant so I could try this thing. Right?
But good job, Mom. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. My grandparents would tell me, you know, small outport town in Newfoundland, that when they were growing up, you know, so we're probably talking, you know, early 1900s, sort of 1920s, 1930s. In our town, if you were taking lobster to your school, you were poor. You got called out for being poor because you were eating lobster, because you could just go down to the shore and grab them.
It was a freaking bottom feeder.
It's a bottom feeder, right? So it's so different how society just kind of deems something as opulent, and but in other situations it's the complete opposite. And
that's hilarious because my wife is Haitian, and yet not, because her dad is from Haiti. He was chased out of the country by Duvalier. Like literally. I mean, because he stood in front of Duvalier and said he was going to kill him.
Whoa.
So yeah. But her mother's side is from the Gaspésie, which in English I think we call the Gaspé.
Gaspé Peninsula, yeah.
Okay. Around there, right? So lots of that. Yeah. So, I mean, these people know their lobster.
Right.
And they grew up exactly what you're talking about, Scott. Lobster was not a high-end food at all.
No, it was just
right?
Yeah, whatever you could find, right? It was.
And it's funny how it's become this high end food. I'm like, dude, I went to supper with like my wife. No, I didn't. I went to my mother-in-law's place, and they had bought a bunch of lobster, living, cooked them.
Yep.
And like my 11-year-old had one, and my wife had one, and my sister-in-law had one, and blah blah. And I had chicken, and excuse me.
Do something.
The air quality in my city right now is so bad.
I feel you, man.
We're at 2 on the scale. And like, if you watch people eating this thing, it's like, where did this idea that lobster is kind of a high class meal come from? Because you watch people eating it, like, snap, just like digging after little bits, and like, it's like, oh my god, it's like they're.
It's a real horror show. Yeah.
It absolutely is. Like, this is suddenly a high class meal. It's like,
yeah, right.
This, give me the spaghetti.
Well, yeah. Well, and again, like, you know, you play these Lobster Fest gigs, and it's like, oh, okay, the band gets a meal. What would you like, lobster or steak?
I'll take the steak.
7 days a week, I'm taking steak.
I'm taking steak.
Yeah.
Twice on Sundays.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not eating lobster and getting up playing guitar for 3 hours.
And, you know, and the funny thing is that that's not in any way a whiskey conversation.
Oh, yeah. We've digressed.
But are we having fun?
I'm having a great time. And it's amazing because, like, I'm starting the sentence again. I'm keeping an eye on the people who are watching us, and the number keeps like, and then, and then.
Okay, so we're not like totally scaring them off.
We're not completely alone.
I'll be honest, like, this, of all the ones we've done, to me, this has been the most fun.
It's because
and I think it's because we picked something that was a little more out of the box, and we didn't have to spend an hour being super technical talking about all this stuff. It's just, it is what it is, and we tried it in a couple different drinks, and we've been just kind of goofing around ever since.
And there is a beauty to, like, a really affordable bottle, right?
Yeah.
Because we can say, you know what, I like this bottle, I will buy this again. And anyone watching, you could buy this and put it on your bar cart and serve it to guests, serve it to yourself. And evidently it makes a really good old fashioned and Boulevardier.
Yep.
If you remotely like rye, bourbon, whiskey of any, like, you will not be disappointed by this.
Well, no, it's really good, man. It's I was really excited to I wasn't sure what the port would be like. Thank you. But I love it in there. I think it tastes great.
And here's a question for both of you then. Like, it's gone.
What's happening?
I had a question for both of you.
And it left your brain.
It came from something that Scott said, and it's gone. It's
the
gone.
port? Was it about the port?
No.
We're just talking about it being affordable, easy.
Yeah.
And I just lost my question halfway through. Online.
Hey, it's okay.
But other questions, because I have many questions about this, because it's affordable as heck, but it's not 100% rye, and I could tell that by the taste right off the bat. Right? Remember at the beginning of this, I was like,
there's
got to be corn. There's corn, or maybe there's wheat, but I think it's corn. Not everybody likes rye, right? I mean, if we're going to be honest about this, not everybody likes rye. Some people are like, oh, rye. I do like
too spicy.
Even the word rye, like, I was in almost 3 months ago, I was in Vegas, and I did a little bit of Las Vegas, and I was like, all right, I'm going to go, like, because if you're up here in Canada and you say Rye and Coke, Rye and Ginger, or whatever, no one even looks twice at you. And I was like, all right, let's see. After the first place we went to, don't remember where it was, some casino, and I said, can I get a Rye and Coke? And I got a really weird look and had to explain it. I was like, all right, I'm going to say the same thing. I'm not going to call it Canadian whiskey or whatever the whole rest of the trip. It was like 50-50. Some people came back like, you mean just like Crown Royal or like Canadian Club, I was like, yeah, that's it. But the word rye down there, I think once you get too far south, it doesn't really exist as we think of it.
Well, and here's a question then, because the way traditionally Canadians have said rye, doesn't have to be a rye like a high rye whiskey, right? We just use the word rye. I mean, look, all three of us are whiskey anoraks in some way, right? But if you're just out there on the street and like in Canada and you say rye, it can be any whiskey. It doesn't have to be 50%, 51% or more.
No, it's
right?
just like, it's not like bourbon. It's not Irish or like Scotch. It's just
Canadian whiskey. We just call
any
it rye.
kind of shit. You're gonna, sorry for the language. Any kind of stuff you're gonna mix.
Jeez,
usually
why
it's
you
mixed,
swearing
right?
on my channel.
Usually, I can't believe it. God. First time ever. Usually, right? That's it up here. Like it's gonna be mixed with something, whether it's Coke, Diet Coke, ginger ale, or whatever. That's Absolutely. The most common mode.
And so when I'm telling people that, I like me some rye in a Canadian context, I'm like, yeah, sure, here's this. I'm like, no, I actually mean rye.
Well, and you know what? I'll even go further with it because I'm not sure of the actual categorizing of it, but I thought that for me, it has to be 100% rye for me to call it rye.
Mm-hmm. And that's sort of a rule that I have for myself as well, but that's not been the traditional rule for Canadian whiskey. Well,
I think no, you're right. Yeah.
No,
it's in fact most of it's not like that old school bottle of Alberta Premium or a Canadian Club or Crown Royal or Gibson's or any of that stuff.
Yeah, because our parents' entire generation just said rye when they meant whiskey, Canadian whiskey.
That's right, because they weren't getting a lot of this. They weren't getting the stuff from Kentucky, or not much of it. They were getting Wisers and whatever was around. Hiram Walker
Canadian Club will come out with an expression now that's 100% rye.
Mm-hmm. Like I might try that.
I've had it. It's not bad, right?
It's not bad. Okay,
it's 100% rye. Like it's. I would certainly every single time choose that over the regular.
See, because I've been so scared off of Canadian whiskey for so long because of the 1 to 11 rule, 1/11th rule. I don't know how. I've seen it printed, but I've never actually spoken about it. Like unless you're talking about smaller makers like Shelter Point,
right.
Two Brewers, whatever's that place that did the Northern Ice?
Hanson Distillery.
Hanson Distillery.
Yeah, there's some really great, like I don't know, I don't even know if you could call them micro distilleries anymore, but like they're pushing out a lot of products. Sons of Vancouver.
Yeah.
Have you
Sons
tried
of Vancouver?
Oh man, I want to get my hands on some Sons of Vancouver.
I haven't tried a damn thing, and I'll tell you why, because it goes directly into what you were talking about. And Mike here is going to have, he has the exact same experience, right? Canadian makers have such a distribution problem even within this country, let alone getting it to the freaking Europeans or the UK.
They'll release, Sons of Vancouver will release an expression, and it's sold out in 2 days.
Gone, and they don't have to ship it anywhere.
No, they don't have to.
And what I found interesting is that in the States, there's a very similar problem that like a lot of Texas makers don't get outside of Texas, for instance, right? I'm thinking about the guys who are doing Whiskey Tribe and what's it called? What's their distillery called? Anyways,
can't help you there.
Whatever's, and Balcones. I've never had a Balcones, but they were recently bought by Diageo, which means we may someday see a Balcones north of, say, Texas.
Yeah.
But it's funny because the whole industry is so dominated by Scotch. In all the ways, really, that those of us who don't live in that world, we have all these weird distribution issues that someone like Macallan doesn't have.
Well, yeah.
Glenmorangie doesn't have. Lagavulin, Diageo doesn't have.
Yeah.
And so when Diageo buys Balcones, two things are going to happen. A, the juice is not going to be as good. B, I'm going to be able to buy it.
Right. Right. So what a double-edged sword, right?
So I'm like, finally, I get to taste what Balcones is like. this is what Balcones is like. And the thing is, before Diageo, this wasn't what Balcones was like.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, but I got distracted from. I wanted to say, from what I wanted to say was that I wanted to reference the comments in the side chat.
Yeah. What do we got happening there?
Excuse me, calls pickerel the lobster of the lakes. Good to know. So I'll either like it or not.
Lobster of the lakes. Ooh, I like that.
Oh, Destiny says crushed up Pringles. Great idea. I do like me a Pringle.
Well, we had a can of Pringles, and there was just a bunch of crushed up crumbs at the bottom, so we threw it in.
Chris, also known as Peanut Turker, says my biscuits have to be buttery. The thing is, I mean, I'm okay with butter when you spread it on something, right? It's like the buttery taste of tilapia or like cod or something cooked in a certain way. I'm like, I'm gonna eat it. I ain't gonna like it, but I'm gonna eat it because fish is good for me. Excuse me says, portaging is the best way to catch them. Well, the thing is, excuse me, portaging, though not the best part of paddling, is still better than anything I will do in the city. I don't know what the hell you were talking about, Scott, but whatever it was, it really landed with excuse me.
Okay.
Were you talking about food or whiskey?
Who knows?
Nobody knows.
But yeah, thank you.
It was at 11:34, so like, oh my lad, it was like a half hour ago practically. Yeah. It was.
Does anybody know? Okay, I got to do it because I know this story. Does anybody know the Pringles story? The origin of Pringles? We talked about Pringles, so do you know how Pringles became a thing?
I figured they made them in a factory and told us to like them.
Well, I mean,
so I do like them.
Pretty much, yes. But so the origin of Pringles, it's again, I'll be quick, but whoever the big conglomerate company said we need a summer snack. We want something. We want it to be like, we don't want it to be a biscuit. We want it to be, so we need to save a bunch of money. So the idea was broached to go out to farmers and look at all the discarded potatoes, all the reject potatoes, the potatoes that were squashed and gross and whatever.
Sounds like you're talking about me as a school student.
and find those and talk to the farmers and go, hey, we can clean these up for you. And so essentially what happened was the farmers paid the Pringles people to clean up their discarded potatoes.
What?
The Pringles people took the potatoes, smashed them up, made them into a slurry.
Yeah, that's definitely a slurry chip.
Yep. Made a mold, and they had to make the mold a certain way. They're curved a certain way so they would stack. And they couldn't put them in a bag like regular potato chips because they would crumble. So because of necessity, they had to put them in the tube, which became iconic.
Unbelievable.
So that's why I would take them on a canoe trip. They are a little bit more destruction resistant.
This iconic thing that we associate with sort of a little bit of a high-end chip in a way, all became because they said, let's take these discarded chips, we'll make them in the slurry, put them in the mold. Okay, they don't hold together very well. Let's put them in a more of a structured package. And and it was different, right? So it was basically a marketing thing.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I have another Pringles story, a little bit slightly more lighthearted. During the 90s, my dad worked for Ontario Hydro Research, and he built a lot of experimental windmills for First Nations communities, super far north, like Fort Severn, like nearly as far north as you can go in Ontario. So this one weekend, he's living in these First Nations communities for 10, 11 days at a time. He comes back. And so this one weekend they're having a band strike. So they're not selling anything at any of the stores. There's no food. There's nothing to anyone outside. So my dad's driving back from work. It's like a 20-minute drive. And he's like, I got like nothing to eat this entire weekend. Like I got a few scraps of stuff left. He's like, what am I going to eat? So he's driving down this road and there's a box sitting in the middle of the road. Full wintertime. He gets out. He's like, I wonder what's in this box. He grabs it, obviously middle of nowhere. You can't even, they flew the trucks in, so you can't even drive out of there. He opens the box up, 12 cans of Pringles, an assorted pack of Pringles. That is what he ate for 48 hours.
Wow. Amazing. And they held that because of the packaging,
there you go.
Right? Like,
fell out of the truck, literally fell out of a truck. And that was what he had
and
to eat.
And because of that damn packaging, they probably weren't dust.
No, they're good to go. Although I'm not sure he eats Pringles to this day, but got him through that week.
Yeah, right. That's amazing.
Yeah. Going back through the side chat, that's actually a pretty cool story. Jay Morrison, not Jim, says Manitoba, so fancy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Is that Manitoba?
That's from the
referencing.
From
the. Okay, I lived in Franco, Manitoba, right? So there was a specific, life that I lived. And by the way, because of that, and here's a little funky little fucking.
Whoa!
It's good that this channel's not monetized.
After midnight now.
When I moved to Quebec after living in Franco, Manitoba, they heard me speak Franco Manitoban French. Let's just say I didn't speak French outside of a classroom for the next until I was an adult, like in my 30s, because of the reaction. Also because I was from Franco Canada rather than Quebec, and I don't want to get political about this or anything. They graded me a little gentler because they thought that the rest of us weren't as good.
Okay.
Yeah, it was funny. But yeah, so Manitoba, so fancy. It was so fancy.
Was that the literal name of the restaurant that you went to?
It was Manitoba. Or Manitoba, I guess.
Yeah, amazing.
I have no idea why the hell it was called Manitoba. Unless they have elk there. And, they had another... Okay, so the night we were there, wow, memories. There was the elk tomahawk, which I had, which was delish. There was, I don't know what. We had the snow crab as an entree. Well, here we call it an entree. Outside of Quebec, we would call it an appetizer. But they also had marrow bones.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, like, my wife is of Haitian descent, so yeah, right? The bones get sucked dry. But I had never thought of marrow bones as being, like, a meal choice. But there were all these, a lot
of flavor in the marrow, yeah.
I guess so. There was someone I knew from there from... That sentence makes no sense. There was someone I knew there from when I worked for about 10 years at a fashion magazine. Fashion/shopping/celebs magazine. It was the second best-selling Canadian English, Jesse. It was the second best-selling Canadian-made magazine in Canada. And she was an editor-in-chief from there. That I'd met her. Well, I'd worked with her, but we'd been separate lives forever until I walked in there that night, and she was there. I was like, "Ooh, this must be a really, really fancy restaurant." But she was having their marrow bones, and what they would do is they would do this. They would cook it, and they would cut the bones in half, and there's the marrow. And I'm like, "That's your meal?" I mean, okay, yeah, there's a salad on the side, and there's potato wedges or whatever, but really, marrow bones? Because it had never occurred to me that marrow bones were anything other than we were talking before about how lobster, though we're supposed to be talking about whiskey, was a low-class food that became a high-class food?
Yep.
I felt very strongly that night that there was a parallel happening.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because she was having the marrow bones and scoop, eat, scoop, eat. I'm like, it's a freaking bone. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a bone. And the marrow. And you're like, scoop, scoop, scoop. And I'm like, dude, I am married into a bazillion Haitians. You eat the chicken, you finish, you suck the marrow out of the bone. So that, to me, that's what marrow was.
Oh, yeah. Same. If I eat, I can't eat chicken around my mom because she will. If I eat chicken wings in front of my mom, I can time it to the second of when she's going to say, "Oh, you left a meal on them bones," and she takes my bones and sucks the living life out of them. And I'm like, "Oh, here it's going to come. It's going to come. She's going to tell me I left the meal on the bones."
Now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I want to get back to the side chat because I got distracted because you guys are being so freaking interesting. Stop being interesting for a minute. So there was My Man That Sounds Amazing, which we've discovered that we have no idea what's Manitoba. That sounds.
Manitoba, yeah, we've been there.
I don't know what Destiny was. Oh, she was talking to someone else. Doesn't matter. Peanut Sugar says, I don't like lobster bone and raised in New Hampshire. It's the same. Everyone thinks we ate lobster all the time. It's just a weird thing, and it's what I've noticed is we're starting to eat down. Wait. Get to the rest of the chat first. Lobster claws and crabs are delicious. Salmon, depends on how it's prepared. Yeah, right. Excuse me. I could see that.
Now, I've never had lobster with teriyaki sauce. That's for sure. That is not a East Coast thing, like East Coast of Canada thing. Wow.
I can guarantee you that it's probably happening on the West Coast, though.
Huh.
Tribs and Drums, does your wife make mayimuna? No, she doesn't make. Thank you, Paul M. Crowded Barrel is the name of the distillery owned by the guys who do like Whiskey Tribe and whatever's their other channel. Crowded Barrel. I would love to pick up a bottle of Crowded Barrel, like the Evelyn or something at some point. Jay Morrison.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, she's heard the Pringle story a million times.
Excuse me, says, so glad you have both Mike Morton for his amazing stories and Scott Greene for being an avid foodie. Great recipes that should be posted. Cat Mac says, Dad loved the marrow. Fair enough. A lot of people do love the marrow. It's like I said, man. My in-laws are all about that marrow. If you eat anything food like meat with bones with marrow, am I adding enough like sort of qualifiers here? Those bones get sucked dry at the end of the night, at the end of the meal. Christy, hey Christy, hello. She's saying hi to everyone.
Hello.
Oh, whoops. That was just saying hi to Christy. It's really interesting that what I was going to say, and it's kind of related, is that we're starting to eat down the food chain a little bit. As all the apex predators are kind of almost being knocked off by one. Like, there's jellyfish on the menu in some places now. Right.
Yeah, I think, sustainability is a big thing, right? In a lot of restaurants. And I think it's cool, right? That it is kind of coming to the forefront more. But yeah, you're right, man. I think eating down the food chain is absolutely more. You'll see way more of it, and the interesting thing is you'll see more of it in more high-end restaurants.
Yeah,
like you won't see jellyfish on Boston Pizza's menu for probably a while.
Probably not, but they'll find a way to make it a. Wow.
Microwaved.
Yeah.
Microwave jellyfish pizza.
But they will find a way to make it a delicacy.
Right.
And like, to me, the idea of sitting there, I mean, I've caught jellyfish before, okay?
Yeah.
Standing in the Burrard Inlet in Vancouver and like, woo, jellyfish. The idea of one of those showing up on my plate is like.
Yeah.
But they're starting to show up on the plate. And it's because we've been, this could get political if I'm not careful.
Oh.
So why don't we just steer towards, this is a really good whiskey that we've been talking about tonight.
So good.
And then not talking about at all.
Well, yeah,
we cracked them. We're like, jammy. Okay, let's
talk about everything else.
Yeah.
What's Jay Jim Morrison making behind you, Scott?
I don't know. What you making there? I don't know. Whatever I feel like. Oh, she's flying by the seat of her pants here. She likes to. She does not. She does not like to measure things. She just goes for it.
You know what's interesting about that? I like to cook, but baking?
Well, this is the thing. She's a very good baker, very talented baker, and you got to go by the recipe when you're baking. Do you not?
Baking, I find, is science, whereas cooking can be art.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
I lean more towards cooking and like seasoning as you go and like playing around with it and that sort of thing. But that's kind of the attitude that she takes with cocktails, which I find is interesting because you're more of a baker. But
Oh, I was gonna wave to her, but because
Oh.
I only get to see her once every year.
yeah,
Hi.
there you go.
Just making sure you say,
Camera.
you see that me waking
Mhm.
high. What?
You'll see her at David Thompson.
I'm listening, but it's like a minute behind.
Yeah, she's listening.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, for me, like, I do find that cooking is an art and baking is a science.
Yeah.
And because of that, look, I'm speaking to you as someone whose mind was polluted by art school his entire freaking life, from like a 6-year-old at taking weekend courses at the Art Gallery of Manitoba to a university film school kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, yeah, I can cook you something. Don't know if it'll be great, because let's be honest, but I can cook you something. But baking, man, I'm like staring at the recipe and like, please don't mess this up.
Yeah, same. I have not had a lot of successful baking endeavors myself.
Yeah.
But I feel like I can cook something that tastes good. But it's just baking. I don't know. It's so regimented to me.
To me, baking is chemistry.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
Like, don't mess with it. Just follow the instructions. And I have destroyed enough recipes to tell you that is a source of stress to me. But I always want, like, there are certain things that I make all the time because I know. Can you hear me? Because I know that because I know I'm not going to blow them, right? Like, I'll make an apple crisp or a peach crisp or a crumble, and I'll be like,
Right.
you're going to love this. You're going to love this. And you're going to love this. But it's because an apple crisp or an apple crumble is almost halfway between baking and cooking. But anything where like you're trying to create a crust, or anything where you're trying to make a cake that is supposed to rise at a certain time, like
Oh man.
Structural.
Yeah, forget about it for me.
structural. I love that. Yes, absolutely. He says, finishing off one dram. And I think that it's like I would love to be. Hey, who was a baker before becoming a member of a cool Celtic band?
Yeah. Who?
Which was Jess.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Jess Plinus. She was a baker. She worked in many bakeries. Yep.
And what's funny about that is that she had a shoulder problem that came from hauling full ass bags of flour.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to take up baking. Do you think I want to ruin my arm so I can't play music anymore?
Yeah, that was definitely a thing that required many months of physio, and yeah, she had to lug really big bags of flour around. That's true. This was a cupcake shop here in Edmonton, and I mean they were doing some volume.
Yeah. I just want to go back to the side chat just to make sure that we're not ignoring.
Yeah,
them completely.
that's great, man. Yeah.
What's this? Excuse me says gonna be a scorcher next week. By the way, happy Canada Day to you and everyone here. Oh yeah, happy Canada Day to everyone because we're
Oh,
actually
it's the first.
it's Canada Day
Yeah.
right now.
There you
Wow,
go.
this live stream has gone 2 hours longer than I thought it would, but I just wanted to keep going forever.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is that we haven't really got to hang out a whole lot.
No, that's
Like
true.
we've all been super busy, and we have our little chat. We have our booze crew chat.
Yeah.
That we pipe in there every now and then. But for us, this is very much sort of a hangout and very genuine in the way that it's like I'm just happy to chat with you guys. So,
And I'll do you one better, Scott, because you are like a solid 3,000 kilometers further than Mike here is. And you I've seen in person. And Mike, I'm still dying to see in person.
so have you guys never hung out in person?
No.
Not a single once.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Then, yet kind of depressing.
Yeah, well, like 5 hours is not a small gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? What we have to make happen at some point is the three of us have to get in one spot at some point, somewhere.
Dude, you were so close, man. On your latest tour, you came all the way to Ontario.
Yeah.
I was out of town working, but yeah, you were just minutes from me.
Yeah, we were chatting while I was on tour, and it was just kind of missed each other, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We have to look for that opportunity at some point.
Truth.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just realized
CG,
my mic has been off for the last like 10 minutes, so that was good.
but we can hear you. So
Oh,
what's
you
that?
could? Okay, that's good. All right.
Could hear you, yeah.
All right, because it sounded like you guys were replying to me. I thought it was in the Sixth Sense there for a minute.
I see dead people. Steve G. says, my great aunt was a baker. She was a tester for Betty Crocker and hand to God created lemon bars.
Wow.
Lemon bars.
I love a good lemon. Lemon treats in general.
I love me some lemon.
Lemon meringue pie, lemon squares, lemon bars. Lay them on me.
Okay, here's a question though. Because I love me some lemon meringue pie, but I actually love the lemon more than I saw that getting out of control and thought, let's just stop it for a second and look quizzical. I love lemon meringue pie. I always have, but I've always loved the lemon more than the meringue. And apparently nobody agrees with me on this.
I do not like lemon baked stuff, so I'll say
You don't, okay.
You don't like lemon at all. My brother-in-law doesn't like lemon. And
That's
here's the
not true that I don't like it at all. I really enjoy lemonade and certain other lemon things I'm okay with, but like lemon squares, like, yeah, it's just not,
Doesn't do it for you.
My brother-in-law does not like the lemon stuff either. He's probably okay with lemonade, he said, with no
That's
knowledge
just
behind
sugar
that.
and like hint of lemon, though. So
For years, man, my sister's been making lemon stuff, and he's just been eating it. And it was like 15 years before he said, I don't like lemon. And she's like, and he's like, I've been being a team player.
Oh, well, that's nice. But that's very nice that he's been eating. And I mean, we could dive into that. If you
No,
like.
he doesn't like lemon. No, you cannot dislike lemon.
Yeah,
that's why we haven't met yet.
There you go. It's
Because of the lemon thing.
the lemon between us.
There's a lemon between us.
The lemon between us.
Yeah.
Oh, holy crap! There's Russell from Raspberry Rock. He's been watching since the beginning. Man, this is the kind of live stream that you should be in on, because we're just talking about cool stuff. For those of you who don't know, which is judging by the people in the side chat that you guys on screen, Russell is an off-grid channel. He lives in a cabin that's off-grid.
Oh, wow.
He's got some... I don't know how long he's been doing it, but he's got some good subscription numbers. He does a live stream every Friday night, so I don't know why the hell he's been watching us. Oh, because he finishes off at like midnight. So, but cool stuff.
So to get back to your lemon meringue thing, it's the combination, it's the balance between the both. It's the lemon meringue experience. The lemon meringue pie experience is meringue, the lemon curd, and the crust. It all has to work together.
That might be it. Like if you take all three and put them in your mouth at the same time, then that's fine. By the way, Kristen is asking Mike Morton. I've seen you on Joe's channel, right?
One and the same. Oh, it's been a little while. Our trip last year got canceled. We're working on something for September, though.
I Scott Joe, which is Joe. She means yeah.
Those were not words.
I like when Jesse has lots of drinks. It's good.
Yeah, so long as I'm not playing bass at the time, right? So Scott, Joe is like everyone in the bushcraft side of YouTube they just say Joe. They mean a guy called Joe Robinette.
Joe, okay.
He's sort of the big. I don't know. Mike, is anyone bigger than him right now? Because I know that him and like My Self-Reliance are both like in the multi-millions.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on the numbers. He has 1.5 million odd people.
Oh man, that's massive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super nice guy. I had him on my live stream on my main channel once as part of a sort of panel discussion. Massively impressed by how the Joe I saw in his videos and the Joe I spoke to in the green room is like the same guy.
Yeah, it's not an act. That's him.
It's not an act, and that is so impressive to me because like I went to film school. Did you know what I'm saying? Anyways, but what am I talking about? Oh yeah. So anyway, so Kristen noticed Mike on Joe's channel because Mike is a buddy of Joe's.
Sweet.
And he's big on the other side of YouTube that I'm mostly on. But yes, Kristen, you're right. You've seen him on Joe's stuff before, and I hope Joe is doing well because he's just gone through some weird stuff with his brother. Anyways, and he's been very public about it. His brother just exited the world. Destiny says that lemon bars rock. I love me anything that's lemon. Mike.
These thumbs down for lemon. Do you guys actually I'm interested. I have a feeling we might have said this before, but Mike, do you like the cocktail, the Sazerac? Do you like that cocktail?
Yeah.
Yeah, like cocktails that don't mind lemon. It's
Okay.
just the baked stuff that really, honestly, really gets me. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Because for me, well, it's interesting, right? Because you don't think of a Sazerac as a super lemony cocktail, but for me, when I make them, I that lemon oil and rubbing the rim is so important to that cocktail that it's a really lemon.
That's totally fine. Like when I make Caesars, I squeeze a ton of lemon in it.
Okay.
Rub the rim. I don't rim it, but like I put the lemon juice on it. I like the taste of lemons. It's specifically the baked stuff. If you have whatever kind of food and there's a little bit of going on in there, I'm okay with that. It's just like lemon squares or lemon meringue pie. It's just not good time.
It's like that sweet lemon curd or whatever. You don't like the sweet and the lemon together.
Interesting. Maybe. Very interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Boys, I'll be right back. So be hilarious for about 2 seconds, okay?
1, 2.
There you go.
Oh, inmates are running the asylum now.
Yeah, that's right. What are you drinking now? Are you having another old fashioned?
No, I'm pretty much out. We're going to the in-laws tomorrow, so
yeah, I feel that. So you'll be celebrating Canada Day with the in-laws? Is that the plan? Yeah.
They have like a trailer park, so go to that for the day. It's a golf cart parade and whatever else.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll be seeing my brother tomorrow. My brother lives in Edmonton, the same city as I do, so we're lucky we get to hang out a bit. So we'll spend Canada Day tomorrow, but I have an MRI tomorrow because I tore my ACL in my right knee. But 3 weeks ago. It's it's torn. It's gone.
You can still hobble around. It's just
I can hobble around. It's gotten better, but a brace really helps. I've got a good brace that has like supportive sides and stuff, so that really helps. But
surgery time probably.
Well, it's interesting. I don't know. Like we'll see I've seen a host of doctors about it, and they don't know if I'll be eligible for surgery or whatever. Right. But I have an MRI tomorrow, and maybe that will somehow put me in favor to have a surgery. Apparently, surgery for your ACL makes your joint very stiff, and they don't always like to do it if they don't have to. So
stop.
Scott's leg's getting cut off tomorrow.
Yeah, I tore my ACL clean off. Yeah,
How?
I no longer have an ACL in my right leg, or maybe I have two, but
How?
they're not connected.
You have two, yeah.
Playing softball.
Mm.
Yeah, just I was playing. Took a grounder playing third base, like I charged it and went.
Don't take the grounder.
I know. Went to turn, throw to first, and literally just gave out. I hit the ground like a ton of bricks, and it's completely torn.
Baseball. So I've played baseball my entire life, and I'm playing a men's league team now. It's such a high injury rate because it's just like nothing sprinting. I actually took a ball off of it. Right, you can't see it, but if this was a week ago, full black eye here. We were just warming up. Guy was taking batting practice. Ball skipped off of the second base, jumped up, got me right in the eyebrow, here.
That's what that happens, right? And it's such, like you said, right? It's such a high sprint. It's all about like sprint and stop and like quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, but like sprint
reaction.
and stop is like creating injuries that didn't have to happen, right?
Yeah.
So I can see it.
Yeah.
Christine is asking Scott, by the way, what's the name of your channel?
Oh, I haven't posted on there for a while on YouTube. It's Cocktails at Home, but I have a TikTok that's Cocktails at Home, and on Instagram, Cocktails at Home Yeg.
Wait, yeah, okay. Thank you. I was about to say it. Yeah. Somewhere your Cocktails at Home Yeg, but I wasn't sure where.
Yeah, and also Scott Greene Music. You can find me. Probably spend more time there these days. I haven't been making a ton of cocktails just because I've been on the road a lot with the music side of things, but. You can find me around.
I'm trying to add. Oh, bloody hell! I'm spelling like I'm doing remedial spelling. Okay, forget about it. Kristen, Cocktails at Home, or Cocktails at Home, or Cocktails at Home Yeg.
Yeah, Yeg is Instagram. Yeah,
Yeg
somebody
is
else.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Okay. The music one is probably on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Scott is also part of the Dorina Harvey brand. Shut up, Jesse.
Yeah, Dorina Harvey Band. Yeah. You'll find that pretty easy as well. Yeah, Dorina Harvey Band.
A story I often tell about Dorina Harvey because I'm always going to love that woman. Platonically, okay. I'm not talking about, but because the first time I met her, and like Scott probably knows this, but some of you don't. That. We did the first time my band did this festival out in Alberta, the East Coast Kitchen Party, which for a festival in Alberta is kind of a bizarre name. But because like all the bands except us were either from or originally from originally from Newfoundland. They all, Alberta's full of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Labradorians?
Yeah, Labradorian, yeah.
Yes.
You got it, man.
A boring part of me is I try to get that stuff right. So I walk up to this person I was in the area where like a lot of the bands were unloading their stuff and putting it in their rooms and stuff. And this woman who I've never even met is walking by, and somehow we ended up sort of facing each other, and she says, "Hi, I'm with the Dorina Harvey band." Thing is, that was Dorina Harvey. And like I just thought that, "Hi, I'm with the Dorina Harvey band." I'm like, "Oh yeah, hi, I'm with Squid Jigger." It was so classy, right? Was so like humble. Was so everything that I have come to know about Dorina Harvey just talking to her at that place, right? I mean, she may be completely different, and I'm an epic fool, but everything that like happens when I speak to her and when I see her just sort of standing around and chatting with you and with, you know what I'm saying? Like is so, why can't artists be that way?
She's definitely special, man. I mean, I've known Dorina for since 1998 is when I first met Dorina. We went to school to college together, and we're we call ourselves the Dorina Harvey Band, and she drives the bus, but it's such a team, man. Everybody is so, we're just rowing the same way. Like everybody's very talented in a lot of different areas, and it's a real team effort. So I could see her. You've told me that story before. I wasn't there at that time, but I could see her saying that. That's absolutely a thing that Dorina would say.
But it's
for sure.
freaking magical, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we spend a lot of time around musicians.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That right there was the moment. It was like,
yeah, because she could easily say, "I am Dorina Harvey."
Yeah.
Yeah, but she said, "I'm with the Dorina Harvey band."
I'm with the Dorina Harvey band.
Yeah, that speaks a lot for sure.
Wow. Even if I never spoke to her again, she would be one of my favorite artists. Just because of that one moment, and it's not an engineered moment. She had no idea that she was about to walk up and smack with a guy from Montreal.
Right.
No idea. Such a beautiful freaking moment, and I was like, okay. Like when I saw that she was Dorina Harvey, I was like, oh wow, okay. That was cool. That was cool because I have known so many musicians and artists who played it the wrong way, in my opinion, and she played it so the right way, and I live so far from you guys.
Yeah.
That it's too bad because so cool.
Yeah.
She's
well,
cool.
we'll have a good time in August. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I don't believe it's 12:30. All right.
Hey.
Have yourself a good night. I'm just gonna finish up with the side chat here, and probably have a few more drinks with Scott until we're a couple of freaking.
Well, Mike, it was great to see you and chat with you again.
Yes, as always.
And safe travels when you head east there.
Yeah.
And as always, man, stay in touch, and hopefully we'll be in touch soon.
Yeah, we'll discuss the next one.
Well, I don't know what even to do for the next one.
Yeah, we should discuss. I have a couple ideas, but
do you? This idea was terrific, dude. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Feel free to suggest stuff.
All
right.
There's the dent.
Oh, wow, you guys started looking. Mine's pretty empty at this point.
Jesus, guys, look what we did. All right, good night, Mark.
All right, good night, guys. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mike. Okay, bye. It's so embarrassing tonight. I'm that. I'm just making sure that Kristen is asking, is that on YouTube? The music one? Yes, of course. It absolutely is.
Doreen Harvey Band. You bet.
Can you Doreen Harvey my typing is terrible now.
It's Friday night.
It's Friday night, and tomorrow's like Canadian Day.
Exactly.
Actually, it's Saturday morning, and today is Canadian Day.
Right. It's not midnight here. It's only 10:30 where I am.
Okay. So, just a simple question. Wait, Scott Greene music. I'm trying to.
Yeah, Scott Greene music. You'll be able to find me in most places if you search Scott Greene music. I think there's like a football player named Scott Greene that
to hell with him. Okay.
Yeah, that gets a little bit more CEO or whatever that's called. No, SEO.
But it's not Green the color.
No, Green with an E on the end.
I'm trying to drop some stuff in the. Yeah, Kristen's asking about my spelling. Did I blow the spelling? Oh, okay. Chris, whoops. Good night. Happy Canadian Day to my northern friends. Happy 4th of July to my American friends. Happy trails. Good night, Chris.
Happy 4th of July. Yep.
Have yourself a good night now. All right now. Is that pandering? Have yourself a good night. We don't pander. We drink and we talk the way we want to, whether it's the right idea or not. Kristen saying Dorina. Yes, it's Dorina Harvey Band. Did I write that? Or
you got it. Yeah. DERINA. You got it. We just released a new album, so check it out. The new album's called Waves of Home. Waves of Home. So it's Let us know what you think.
Now, the last time my band released an album was 2010.
2010. Okay. Anything?
I just did the math on that.
That's a while ago.
A little bit. A little while. You know, it's funny because this, I just knocked over like 3 bottles.
No casualties?
No casualties.
Okay.
You'll recognize this one because
hey.
this is the one I take to Alberta all the time, right? Because the other
Yeah.
one does not leave
you bet.
the city.
5-string jazz bass, right?
It's a P bass.
It's a P bass. Okay.
Now I bought this because in 2010 we released that album.
Yep.
And realized I had played a Lakeland 5502, which had one. I almost clocked myself there. Which had one jazz bass pickup.
Yep.
And one Music Man pickup.
Okay.
And like we're recording the album, right? And I'm like, yeah. I kind of wish I had a P bass sound for this one.
Yeah, a little more woody.
You know?
Yeah.
Like the big ball of grease, the mid-rangey ball of grease.
Absolutely.
And I recorded the album, and there are 2 songs on there that I'll never be happy with because I wish I'd had a P bass for that. And I had spent my entire time as a bass player. I'm not buying a Fender. Everyone buys a Fender. I've got this Lakeland. I've got this.
And Lakelands are great, man. Like Lakelands are kind of like Ernie Ball great, right? Like you can use them in so many places, but there is very little to replace a P bass.
There's no P bass sound in the Lakeland.
It's sort of its own thing. Yeah.
And so I left recording that entire album, and I won't torture people by saying, guess which songs. But I didn't get the P bass sound. And so I left that recording in the end, and was like, and I at that point would spend my free time looking around music stores as a way of, whenever I have to think something through, I walk, right? I'm in motion. I'll bike or I'll walk. And I used to spend a lot of time in music stores, not necessarily looking to buy, but looking to just see what's around.
Yeah, just moving the brain around.
Just moving. And this guy was just up there.
Nice.
Just on the, well, I should turn it this way for drama's sake. Just up there.
You got to have that low B for the Celtic stuff, hey?
You gotta have the low B. Well, actually, the reason I do 5-string exclusively is because I ignore the first 5. I ignore the first 5 frets.
Yeah.
Because it's less of a stretch from fret 5 up. Okay. So I don't live down on the low B, but I love having it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, so I walk into Archambault Music, and it's just sitting there. And I had like the night before or 2 nights before, I think, man, I wish I had a P bass for that. And I looked at this, and it's an American made, so it's not cheap.
Yep.
But it had a chip out of the paint.
Okay.
So I'm there, standing there, and I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, I tried it, and I'm like, maple fretboard I've never had before, but it sounds pretty cool. I said to them, that chip, you're gonna work with me on that, right? And they said, yeah, sure, we'll give you $50 off. And then my wife walks in, and it's like, no, you're not. You're gonna give him like $100, $150 off. So this bass, whatever it was, this bass went from like $1,400 down to $1,250 kind of thing.
Nice.
And I was like, I can't.
That's a great deal for a 5-string P bass. Yeah.
And even though my other bass, the one that's sitting right there, is like a $5,000 beautiful thing, which you've never seen in person because I'm never going to take it to Alberta.
Right.
I love this stupid thing.
Yeah, man.
This blunt object, I call it the pig. There's so much of a bass history happening in this dumbass thing that I just love it.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Absolutely.
Just love it. Why did I bring this out?
Just talking through.
We were chatting about something. I'm trying not to throw it on the ground here. Hold on.
Yeah, don't, yeah.
Here we go. I got one of those like multi-guitar stands. Hold on a sec. Hey Jess, do you use a whammy bar on a bass guitar as long as the instrument has been fitted with a tremolo bridge? I have never. I have actually seen that done before, but I have never. The thing is, all the stuff I'm interested in playing doesn't really get that experimental.
Right.
I play in a Celtic pop trio, really. Before that, I have played in like an electric blues band. I've played in a heavy metal band. I was a punker for a while. I still really like punk.
Mm.
I don't love metal, but I think Baby Metal is a killer band, and I will die on that hill.
Okay.
But like none of the stuff that I have ever really played has required a whammy bar and bass, because like whammy bar and bass is you're getting into way like sort of experimental or what's it called, bands like Yes and guys like that.
Yeah, like prog
Rock,
or like
you know.
like Primus. Les Claypool will
That
probably
guy
be.
can A, do anything, and B, piss me off every single time he does anything, because there's so much skill happening there, but I don't understand it.
Yeah. The thing about bass, and I think a great bass player is understands, is that it's so foundational. Like you're laying the groundwork. You're literally the bridge between the drummer and the melody instruments,
Everyone
the
else,
guitars, or So it's a whammy bar and a bass. You know, because there'd be a lot of movement in the pitch. Then
There's
I
so
feel
much.
like that would be tough. You'd almost be leaning into a different genre of music where the bass was like a lead instrument at that point.
And I don't want it to be a lead instrument, right?
Yeah.
Like there are like maybe 2 bass solos in my band's entire repertoire.
Right.
And
yeah.
like if you look at this one, which Scott you've never seen.
No. Is this the Lakeland?
Oh no.
Oh.
I had to sell the Lakeland because the 30
That sounds like a bottle.
it was, but it's not destroyed. The problem with Lakelands is that they're 5-inch. They're 5 strings. Hello, their 5 strings are all 35-inch scale instead of 34.
Okay.
Which for a guy like me is really tough down below the 5th fret.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So I sold that one on, and for my 40th birthday, I bought myself a Sadowski. Now I had to save up for 6 years for
Okay.
that. Okay.
Yep.
So this is the bass that never leaves the province.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Let's see that.
right.
Yeah. It's got the jazz pickup in it. Jazz
Straight up
pickups.
Super J.
Yeah.
But no whammy bar, no nothing. Because at the end of the day, I'm very meat and potatoes in a lot of ways. Like I don't experiment the way bands, because I kind of feel that at one point, what's his name? The bass player for Yes. What the hell's his name?
Oh, the bass player for Yes.
Whatever. We're not going to get tied up on it. He would have ended up with a whammy bar at one point, just because they were pushing it. You know, maybe maybe not Sting actually. He wasn't really pushing bass.
No,
But
and
like,
Sting's pretty like he has a bass that he plays. It's not like that. I think it's a really old version of the
it's
bass,
a
like
50s
telly
era.
bass.
Yeah.
Looks like it has a telly headstock on it, but yeah, pretty.
Oh, it's a straight
traditional
up
bass
telly.
player.
It's a telly. He sent the story behind that was that he sent someone like an assistant of some sort, and he said, "Buy me the oldest bass you can find." And it was this 50s thing, and like he's played it. He plays a really weird way. Like he plays finger thumb, and it, like the way he anchors his hand, he's dug a hole into the top of his bass.
Wow.
Which you can't see. I'm now realizing. But like, some people really push the envelope and some people don't. And Sting doesn't push the envelope because he doesn't have to. It's not what he's about.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing the bass for the song, and what he was terrific at was playing the line that the song needed.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about this?
Well,
This is a whiskey stream.
hey, it's all
Like,
good.
How did I end up showing off my basses to a whiskey stream?
So we're just talking about music.
This is really cool, though. And
Yeah, that looks awesome, man.
So here's the thing. I'm saving up for 6 years to buy this bass. I'm buying it in American dollars. So I'm like, oh, for God's sakes, please. Ends up being like $5,000 Canadian, right?
Yeah.
For my 40th birthday, my wife and I go out to see a movie and then go for a drink at the pub that my band usually plays at, and I've always hung out at. And she's like, "Oh, it's crowded down on the ground floor. Let's go upstairs." So we go upstairs and we go into the room that my band usually plays at. And for crying out loud, there's all my friends and my family and my band standing on stage, and there's this bass sitting there. And for a land's sake,
Oh, that's amazing.
she had a 3-foot cake made
Whoa.
of this bass. Because what happens is when you order the bass, when it's correct, when it's done, when it's finished, they take a picture of the whole damn thing and send it to you. Bass is ready. It'll be in the mail tomorrow.
Huh.
So she contacted them, got the picture, took that picture to a cake maker, got a 3-foot, did I say 4-foot cake made to match this bass.
That is amazing.
Fabulous.
Good job.
Yeah.
What's your wife's name? Oh, you can't say it.
Not going to say it. I'll say it to you afterwards.
Okay. Well, good job, wife.
Yeah.
Jesse's wife.
She knows. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. So hold on a second. Excuse me saying yes to you, Scott, more of a solo thing, but Chris Squire, thank you. I had completely forgotten the name, but yes, that's who we're looking at.
Cool.
Cat Max says Trevor Horn. No, that's different. But still. Wait a minute. We'll just move on. Tenenbaum says, Tenenbaum, you're still hanging with us? What the hell time is it in Sweden, man? It's 12:48 here. I think I told you guys that I actually met Tenenbaum in person. Great guy. Yeah. But yeah, I cannot believe, dude. I opened this bottle tonight and look where I am.
Yeah. It's a good one. It's just a real kind of it's not going to knock you over the head, but it just tastes really good. I think that blend of port in there just kind of makes it a little tasty.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening that makes it seem like more than 40%, and I think that's good because I don't tend to have a lot of patience for 40% alcohol.
No, I had wondered what you were going to think about this. Just even the fact that it was sitting at 40.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were going to dig it, but cool.
I didn't know if I was going to dig it either because of that 40%. I was like, oh, good, a 40%. All right, let's do it. But Tenenbaum says, passed out on the couch and woke up again. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada
Fair
Day.
enough. Hold on. Excuse me says, Justin Scott, tell us more about this taste of the ram. Now, it's because Excuse me joined us a little late.
Okay.
So.
Jam.
Very jammy.
Very jammy.
Very fruity.
Yeah. I think creamy, like we said, cream soda.
Creamy.
Yeah.
Definitely cream soda. Raisiny.
Yeah.
But I feel that the raisiny sort of, it points towards the jamminess, right?
Mm-hmm. It's got some spice, but
a little pepper.
Yeah, at 40%, it's super, super palatable. It's really easy to just drink neat. Works pretty good, and it made a pretty good old fashioned.
It made a good old fashioned. Made a good
Boulevardier.
Boulevardier.
Yep.
You know, the funny thing about the Boulevardier is that I always feel like I need to say it like I'm in Nolans. The Boulevardier.
Right.
And I've said that before because I made a Boulevardier on my Facebook live on my Facebook. I did a live on my Facebook of doing you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I said that, like, man, every time I see the word the Boulevardier, I kind of feel like I got to say it like I'm in Louisiana, right? The Boulevardier. And I don't think it's not a Louisiana drink, though, is it?
I mean, that's a good question. I feel like I knew that at one point, but I've forgotten it. Where it originated, because we sort of know where the Negroni came from. It was an Italian drink. It was
Negroni is delicious, by the way.
Yeah, a riff off an Americano.
Which I've never made an Americano, by the way. Should I make that for my next Facebook Live?
Hey, it's Campari and soda, right?
Yeah.
basically, and then they just wanted a stronger Americano, so they made the Negroni. But yeah, I think when it got over to America is when the Boulevardier came around. So, I mean, it's a good guess, good as guess as any that it came from the South, Louisiana, French, like maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, I live in French, right? I live in French, so to me, like why when I see the word boulevardier do I think of Louisiana, so I'm like a boulevardier when I should be like I mean there's a way we would say that word here in French Canada,
Mm-hmm.
you know, so it's funny. Excuse me is asking it does it linger in the back of the throat? Now I think what you're hinting at might be finish.
Yeah, no, not really. Doesn't to me, it doesn't have a very long finish. What do you think?
I haven't thought about it at all tonight. Actually,
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's a good taste, but it doesn't. For me, not a ton of finish.
Would you agree that there's a medium finish?
Yeah, I would call that a medium.
Now, here's a funny thing about whiskey. As the finish progresses, a lot of the more interesting notes disappear, and it turns into just sort of like a lingering kind of honey and coffee, and as it disappears. But like the fruit disappears much quicker.
Yeah.
We didn't do the finish earlier.
We didn't.
I would call it a medium because, I mean, there's still a bit of a finish going on, but not enough to really call this a long finish.
Yeah, to me, you know, with something that I'd call a long finish is when it really changes. You know how sometimes a whiskey will just it'll just dry right up. You know, you get all these tannins, or it might sweeten right up, give you that hit of sweet in the finish. This, I think, kind of like, so for me, the most noticeable is right away, and then you get some spice on the end. But yeah, it doesn't hang around a super long time.
I find a lot of things. I reviewed 2 whiskeys this week, which are not online yet, but will be online at some point if I ever get. Anyway, I find that sometimes, especially with scotches, hey,
Yeah,
the finish just trails and trails and trails. Like it's really long, but what's happening is all the vanillas and the fruits and all that disappear and just leave you with like this lingering and trailing off, like smoky or like especially spice. A lot of the time, like the spice is the last thing, like little pepper.
yeah,
And it's gone. You know, but like the fruity elements, the sweet elements, all that stuff just sort of, it goes faster.
Yeah.
And it's just like whatever's the peppery or spicy elements just.
Yeah, they linger just a little bit longer.
Gone.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why. Because you would think that the peppery elements are the more. There's a word I'm looking for in English. But you know, the more sort of the ones that sort of bubble and pop and then gone.
Yeah, but I agree. I though I think like the peppery notes and the spicy notes tend to be the ones that hang around the longest. I'd say like a lot of the finishes that I recognize in any whiskey, it tends to be the spicier elements of it.
And like in some whiskeys, like the spice element is like a cardamom.
Yeah.
But in some whiskeys, it's like bacon spice, right? It's all about cinnamon or muscat, nutmeg.
Yep.
Or whatever. And it's fascinating. Like, I wonder why. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about you take your barley, you dry it out, or you smoke it.
Yeah.
Yeah, make it into booze.
Yeah.
and then you put it into barrels. And yet, like it's the same process, and you
Yeah.
can get like a Springbank or
Yeah.
a Glencadam
Yeah.
or an Ardbeg. Okay, you're essentially smoking that barley as you're drying it with peat. But
Yeah.
it's fascinating to me how you can get the same distillate. Well, not the same, but like the same process essentially.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it is the same process. People go about it differently, and have different equipment and different heritages and
These guys
recipes.
have
And
a different kind
yeah,
of still than the other guys.
yeah, yeah. But
College
you're right.
still.
Like, I mean, essentially, like the process is similar in a lot of ways, but it's like the area that it's, the ingredients that they're using in that particular area, like terroir or whatever, that with
Yep.
wine, that's a big thing in tequila right now. It's like the
Mhm.
area that it's in.
Now
plays a big
tequila is
factor.
going through a big thing right now, right?
Yeah.
Like they're trying to sort of tighten up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
there's a lot of regulations.
Cat Mac can get it delivered for $60. Why not?
The Basil Hayden's.
I'm thinking that's what she's talking about.
Oh yeah.
Hell
For
yeah.
me, no brainer.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I would do it.
You'll enjoy it.
Tenenbaum says volatiles. Yes, that's the word I was looking for, but failing to.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, like that I try not to talk about is that because I live my life bouncing back and forth between Hanglish and French, sometimes I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for in English if I've had a few drinks.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna say, I hope that I certainly mean no offense by it, but like I love when that happens. I love.
You love it when I'm like, oh God, I feel so stupid right now.
No, not when you feel stupid, but I love when knowing you and knowing when you're searching for the word in English.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things, man.
I used to work at a pub and a Starbucks at the same time. When I burnt out of tech the first time, I was like, I want something that requires nothing from my brain.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to work at a pub and I went to work at a Starbucks at the same time because neither of them were paying enough to keep this. And I cannot tell you how many times, like I'd be talking to people from the States or Ontario or Alberta, and they're like, "Oh, your English is so good." I'm like, you realize that there are some Anglos in this province too, right? Like you're in the town with the most concentration of Anglophones.
Yeah.
But the term Anglophone means nothing to someone who doesn't live here.
Okay.
Nothing, because we have three divisions, right? Anglophones, who speak like I do, Francophones, who speak like my wife, and then allophones, who speak like neither of us.
Allophones. Okay.
Yeah, they're people who have neither English nor French as their first language, but they speak one, or the other, or both in their day to day.
That is so interesting. Well, I did a recording project for a guy. Now he's originally from Newfoundland, but his wife was from New Brunswick, and the very French part of New Brunswick. And we took a break when we were recording one of his songs, and he spoke to his wife on the phone. And I wasn't eavesdropping or anything; I wasn't trying to, but I was in the room when he was talking to her. I was floored, fascinated with the sheer amount of how they went in and out of English and French.
Oh, they were speaking shack.
Oh my God, man. It was like they were surfing a wave of like English and French, and it was literally word by word.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a term for that tongue because out here, in Montreal we have something fairly similar. I just call it the local throat disease, but in New Brunswick it's called shack, and it's like, in many other contexts I would just do it, but I won't do it. You start in one language and you finish in the other, essentially.
Yeah,
Between English and French.
Fascinating.
A shack has a couple of different rules than Montreal thing. but like, I mean, I live with a francophone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have two kids who bounce back and forth without even thinking about it. But in Montreal, we do that as well because oh God, this is not whiskey related, but I'll be brief. My parents' generation were all about two solitudes. My grandparents' generation were all about two solitudes, right? I think if anyone read the McClellan book, The Two Solitudes, that is the story of Canada. There's the French and there's the English.
Mm.
And the thing is, I'm Gen X. And in Gen X, we started seeing an Anglo and a Franco living together. Whereas in my mother's generation, that was
You wouldn't see that.
very freaking rare.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm coming to you from a country where Canada happened in some ways, right? The Plains of Abraham were here.
Yeah.
You know, we have parties on the Plains of Abraham for every 24th of June, and then I was going to say 1st of July, but freaking no, not in Quebec City. And I've lost my train of thought, but I will move my hands and pretend to be intelligent for the next seconds until I get it back. Yes. Okay. So the simple fact is that, like, in English, we do that thing as well. But in New Brunswick, it's becoming kind of a pigeon. There's almost like a rule to it. But they also have like this very Acadian French. And because I used to work, I used to do, I would direct black box theater. Okay. Black box means very small theaters.
Yeah, you bet.
You know, I loved it. Can't pay the rent. I can't pay the mortgage with it. So I moved on.
Sure.
But I had a stage manager who was from New Brunswick, and she was a Franco New Brunswicker. But if you're sitting in Quebec and a New Brunswick francophone starts talking, they think, like the Quebecois waitress or whatever, thinks that the New Brunswick francophone is an anglophone, so they switch to English.
Okay.
Which the Quebecois or Quebecois, depending on if it's a waitress or a waiter, thinks they're doing the right thing, but the New Brunswickers like, funk you.
Really?
Because New Brunswick French, and I had the same problem, man. When I moved here with my Manitoban French in grade 3, kids are shit, right? Kids are shift. And so I didn't speak French outside of outside of a French classroom environment until I was like in my 30s.
Right.
Because I was made fun of for my Manitoban French. And if you're not a francophone, what's the freaking difference? New Brunswick French, I could see sounds kind of Anglo to a Quebecois who doesn't know anything, because most of us know nothing. This is so boring. And like 6 people are still watching this. Sorry, dudes. Cat Mac had a dream 4 a.m. today that my dad was taking my grandpa to get depression era and whiskey appraised. Okay, fair enough. That's not
Whoa, cool.
Excuse me says it's human to art. It is human to art. That's true. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. By the way, excuse me lives sort of out in BC. When I say sort of, I mean he lives sort of what? Set in BC. Granville Island Stage and the Arts Club Theatre are amazing here. We enjoy such live performances and are so lucky. That's Vancouver for you. Man, I haven't been to Vancouver in years. When my wife and I were still a new thing, I took her out to meet my dad when he was still living in North Van. 18 years ago.
Right.
Since then, he has sold his condo in Vancouver and bought a place in Penticton where his wife is from. I loved Granville Island. I loved False Creek. Scott, have you been there?
Yeah, I've been around the islands a fair bit. I don't know if I've ever been to Granville Island, but been like Quadra Island and all over Victoria and Nanaimo and like Vancouver Island.
Okay, very different.
So I've been on a few of the different ferries around there, but no, never Granville Island. No.
So Granville Island is in Vancouver. False Creek in Vancouver. All this stuff. At a certain point in your life, when you spend your life bouncing back and forth between Montreal and Vancouver, you have to choose a place to live. And I chose here in Montreal. Because the city, in my opinion, was in many ways better for me at that point. I didn't know how much I would love to hit the mountains every weekend. But even back then, like, man, the last time I spent meaningful time in Vancouver was probably around 86 or 87.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right? Maybe around 90. Because I graduated high school in 91. And that's sort of when I stopped shuttling back and forth every year.
So when you say Grenville, so like Vancouver City, the city of Vancouver.
City of Vancouver. Granville Island is right in there. It's
Oh,
sort of
okay.
in the
I've
Falls
been
Creek
there.
area.
I've been there twice, but more in the downtown area. I played 2 shows there, but they were like in downtown Vancouver. So
The thing about Vancouver is when it's a lot like Montreal. Like if you ever, I'm going to start that sentence again. Jesse's had a little bit to drink. If you ever play a show in Montreal, you do need to see the town. And that's not something that you can say about every town.
yeah.
I'm struggling to say that about Vancouver because, I mean, I spent a lot of time there over like a decade. But Granville Island has this cool little thing. It's very touristy now, where it didn't necessarily used to be before 1986. But there's a lot of cool stuff happening around Falls Creek, Granville Island, that kind of area. I said because Vancouver is a town that it is worth your time to spend like a couple of days hanging around in, you know? One of the coolest stories I have, that's a lie. A moment of my life that I think about a lot, shall we say, was before, because here's the thing. I have a fish allergy, as you know.
Yes.
But they don't manifest the first time you try the fish.
Yeah.
So we're in Vancouver, my sister, my dad, and I. Well, my dad lives there, so of course he's there. But he is taking us to a sushi place because, hey, Vancouver, Japantown, Chinatown, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And we walked in for our first time. And we're like, we're going to have some sushi. And I don't know, they had us. They're like, we know. So there's all these, what if I went there now would think we're like really hot Japanese waitresses, but there's all these Japanese waitresses around and they're like watching us and they know something that we don't know. So we order we sit down and it's one of those places that does the sushi. I don't know. Do you have this in Edmonton? Edmonton, not Calgary.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in Edmonton. Yeah.
A lot of the places in Vancouver back in the 80s were like these little boats were chained to each other and they'd come around with things on colored plates on them and you'd take a colored plate and at the end of the night they would count up the colored plates and like, well, a gray plate is 5 and a pink plate is 2.
No, I haven't had that experience. No.
Okay. So we're taking these plates and they bring us this plate with like this green amount of stuff on it and some other things like ginger.
Like so wasabi.
Ooh, wasabi. And my dad was experiencing sushi for the first time at the same time as we were.
Okay.
Oh, great. There's avocado.
Oh, he thought the wasabi was avocado. Yeah.
So all these little waitresses were hanging around like with the jugs, right? Because I don't know why, but they knew.
Yeah.
They knew. They weren't hanging around
Spread
the
this
others.
on.
They just knew. I'm like, oh yeah, avocado. Take the chopsticks, gloom. Oh,
Oh man.
What? And they all just sort of descended on us.
Wow.
That was our first sushi moment. But I mean, like, even today, I love sushi. I take the vegetarian because fish.
Yeah.
But we have this view This is so not whiskey related. We have this view that like sushi is Japanese food, and even in Japan, sushi is kind of like this special side category. You know, I'll go for Japanese food. I'm gonna get, you know, sushi. I'm like, no, Japanese food is so much more.
Yeah.
Why am I talking about this?
Oh, you're talking about your experience in Vancouver.
Right, Vancouver, right, absolutely. Yeah. And I was telling you that you've got to sort of hang there next time you guys play out there.
Yeah, it's so weird, right? Because you go to a place and you're only there for a very short amount of time, and then you got to get to the next place. So you don't often get to see a ton. We do a pretty good job. We try to bake in some time to like experience a place, but yeah, it'd be nice to smell the roses more.
And that's the funny thing. Like my band doesn't tour, like heavy tour that much, right? We did a very small tour of the East. We didn't get to Newfoundland and Labrador, but we did like PEI and New Brunswick.
Nice.
Couple of places in New Brunswick, just because we got hired to do a wedding in the PEI. So
that was the anchor, and then you could do a few other things. Yeah.
You know, we did like Moncton and something else.
Absolutely.
But I think it's an absolute disservice to bands when they don't have time to actually spend a day in the town.
Yeah.
And I say that as someone who, I've seen Paris, I've seen Nantes, and I'm convinced that you will know more about a city sitting in a cafe for like 2 hours.
Oh, absolutely.
Than you will going to the Louvre.
Mm-hmm.
Or okay, I've been to the Louvre, so shut up, Jesse. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I get it.
In a cafe and see the people on the street, and you will learn about the city.
Yep.
Go to the museum. The museums.
Yeah, museums. Yeah.
You're not learning about the people who live there. You're learning about something else.
Absolutely.
And that's very boring, but I said that because I felt it was important for some stupid reason. But, you know, like why was I talking about that?
It's just travel in general.
Yeah, because I was saying that, like, in a band on a tour,
yeah,
you can find any way to experience the town
you
you're
don't get to, typically, you know, you'll drive in and you'll see the back of a venue and you'll load in and by the time you get sound checked, then you kind of need to have a nap. You play the show, you load out, and then you got to get to the next place the next day. So it's often, you know, you get a real quick sort of snapshot of somewhere where you've been.
Yeah. And by the way, I do want to say one little caveat is that Montreal has destroyed more marriages for Hollywood types.
Oh, yeah.
Than you really want to think about. It's crazy. I mean, I'm not proud of that because, like, I don't live that life. But I'm just checking the side chat. And I just want to say, did I say this? Did I point this all right? The Granville Island Stage and the Arts Club Theater are amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Scott, have you been to Denman Island, Hornby Island, and Salt Spring Island? I've been to Denman Island. I was at a folk fest in Denman Island. No,
I have not been to any of those islands.
I will tell you something about Denman Island because it's like, oh, I'm so glad that he mentioned Denman Island. We were at a folk fest on Denman Island. Denman? Yeah. Denman. We're at a folk fest. I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting under a tree, and a girl walks over. Do you have a light? I'm like, no, I don't. Whatever. And then I hung out with her for a little bit. Doesn't matter because Valdi was at the folk fest that I was at.
Oh.
And I spent my life listening to Valdi. Okay. For those of you who are not Canadian, you may not realize this, but Valdi, to me, to my upbringing and to the way I view music, was a big freaking deal. So Valdi's there. I'm like, are you kidding me? Valdi's here? And I'm watching. And like there was at at folk fests that happen way outside of town, there's this cool thing that sometimes happens. Like there's like I don't know the word for it because I'm drunk, but like a bunch of guitarists get together and do a kind of a workshop and
workshop. A lot of those folk fests, they call them workshops.
Workshops, okay. And at one point we're sitting there and like I'm listening to this stuff and Valdi is there and I've listened to him my whole freaking life. So I'm like, oh yeah. And I look over whatever towards the foot and my dad says, look back on the stage, son. And I look back and he's like, and Valdi has said like, I know what this needs. And he's run back and he's come back out with like a jazz bass. And so he's playing bass. I'm like, Valdi playing bass.
Oh, wow. I play
bass. And like the next morning, there's like a lightning strike at night or some damn thing, and the power goes off in the town. And we go to the breakfast place, and they're like, okay, we only have power left for one more breakfast. You guys are it. And we're like, okay, sweet. So we get, I don't know, eggs, bacon, pancakes, something. Who cares? But the night before, I had gone up to Valdi and said, I bought this album. Can you sign it? But I mean, I was cooler than that because, I was like, whatever. Yeah. So power goes out. We walk into this greasy spoon. They got like, we have enough power left for one more breakfast. I don't know. I guess that means they were running on a generator. Don't know. No, nothing. I was from Montreal. I didn't know generators from a hole in the ground.
Right.
So we order our breakfast and we're sitting down and Valdi's sitting over there and I'm like, don't look. And he stands up, walks over to our table and says, hey, Jesse, I'm out of pepper. Can I take yours? And I was like, yeah. Because he'd forgotten. Purely because Valdi had remembered my name from when I walked up to him the night before and said, sign this album, please.
That's a big experience. And that happened.
Who knows?
84,
80.
Yeah, but like on, what was the name
Denman
of the
Island?
Denman Island. Huh.
Denman Island, there's all these islands out there that are really renowned for like kind of hippie-esque kind of populations and stuff. But like Valdi, man.
That's very cool.
I spent my life listening to Valdi as a kid. And I still I don't know, Scott, if Valdi means as much to you out there in Newfoundland.
I certainly know the name, and when you say that, I get it. But it wasn't a big thing for me, but I know the name absolutely. Yeah.
He had spent, I don't know if he still does, but he used to live on a sailboat out there in BC. Some of his songs are they're a seminal part of the development, how do I say this, of my headspace.
Yeah, no, that's very cool, man.
He meant so much to me growing up. And it's funny because you don't know anything growing up.
Yeah.
You know nothing. You know nothing.
Yeah.
But like you hear the sound, the songs around you, like Piano Man by
Billy Joel.
Yeah. He looks so rugged and like destroyed these days. But, like you hear Piano Man and like I grew up during that era.
Yeah.
I still see the weird wood paneling in the basement. That was so big at a certain point, And it's funny because like Piano Man comes on and you know what it is? It's the harmonica.
Yeah.
Something about the harmonica and like something in the harmonica that like Bob Dylan played as well, right? Where you weren't like covering it, but it was just there and you're like playing or you're playing and you're just blowing it out.
Yeah.
Something about the harmonica sounds so 70s to me. So like when I was whatever, 5, 6, 7.
So interesting, hey?
Man, so much of Paul Simon stuff from that era, because that era was when I was at a certain stage in my development. 50 Ways to Live Your Lover could only ever come out of the 70s.
Yep.
But I love that song like you wouldn't believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So yeah, song Graceland is to this day one of my favorite songs of all time.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you say that because to me, Graceland is one of the best albums of all time. But Peter, my fiddler, who some of you don't know, but Scott knows, he thinks that the one after, The Rhythm of the Saints, is the better album. And I think he's wrong. I don't think he is wrong completely because it's a good album too. But I think Graceland, to me, Graceland is like the album.
Yeah. Yeah. I probably sit more in that camp. Yeah.
Bakiti Kumbolo playing bass.
Mm-hmm.
All those South African guys on guitar. Hey, he got in trouble for doing that album because South Africa was still under an embargo.
Oh yeah. Like apartheid was still raging.
So even though he was playing with completely black musicians, right? Mm-hmm. All his band, Bakiti Kumbolo, what was his guitarist's name? Poor guy's dead now. But like all those guys, black South Africans, the men's choir, right? That was Ladysmith Black snake name. So even though he was playing with like the black side of South Africa, the fact that he was playing with South African musicians got him in trouble. Yeah.
I'm
just taking a look at the side chat here because I don't want to ignore anyone. But you got me started by... I'm going to start that sentence again. But you got me started talking about music, so I sort of got distracted there.
Yeah, I'd be... Man, it's amazing if anyone's hanging out. We're approaching 4 hours here.
Are we? What time is it?
Well, it's 11:30. It's 11:21.
It's 1:21 my time. Let's go to 1:30 and then cut it out. Unless we're interested.
That makes sense. No, yeah, I think that's good.
Oh God, I don't even know what people are saying. I feel like I've ignored them. Cat Mac says,
"Hey, thank you so much. Yes, thank you."
Now, excuse me, says Scott, great sleeve.
Do you mean tattoo?
It's got to be that.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
That I've never actually successfully asked you. Why that tattoo?
It's the Roman numerals. That's my two daughters. So I have a daughter she was born 2001, and then a daughter born in 2009. So a bit of a space between them, but I love Roman history. I've read way too much about all that sort of era of history. A bit of a geek when it comes to that. So it just made sense to me to put my daughter's birthdays in Roman numerals on my arm, and I really like the idea of the negative. So it's basically the numbers. The numerals here are my skin, and it's the black around it, which is a really hard technique. It was tough to find somebody who'd be willing to do that. In music and things that I do, art, I really like things that sound or look simple but are really hard to do. So it just ticked a lot of boxes for me, that particular tattoo.
Fair enough. And so you got two daughters?
Yep.
Like I do?
Yeah.
And there's 8 years between your two daughters, or 9?
Yeah, 8 years.
Because there is 7 years between my two. I've got one who's 11 and one who's 4.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. The age gap for us wasn't too bad. I have a really big age gap. My brother's 10 years older than I am. We had some problems. We had some issues, just because, it's a big gap. He was a great brother, but he was also gone early, when I was coming of age. But I found, my oldest, Janae, my youngest is Raina. She's just been a great big sister to her. Almost enough space to kind of get a bit of perspective on how to deal with a younger sister, maybe.
Funny thing you mentioned that, because between my sister and I, there's 2.5 years. we freaking went at each other like you
You,
wouldn't
you
believe.
fought like crazy.
Yeah, because I mean
Yeah.
the whole sibling rivalry
Rivalry.
makes it sound funnier than it was.
Yeah.
Rivalry thing is big at that point. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying that my wife and I took 7 years between kids on purpose.
Yeah. Of course.
But the bright side was, hey, there'll be no sibling rivalry. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
But it's funny because we're at the time this year right now where our youngest kid is leaving daycare and going into pre-K, which is also called K4, kindergarten 4,
Okay.
pre-kindergarten, right? The
Yeah.
year before kindergarten.
Yeah.
And our eldest, who's 11, is going from grade 6 into grade 7. So she's
Yeah,
transitioning
junior
from
high.
No, we don't even do junior high here.
Oh, okay.
It's kindergarten, elementary, high school.
So when you change schools?
Into pre-K or K, right? Because kindergarten can go until they're 5 or until they're 4.
Okay.
And then you switch schools at 6. At grade 6, right? After grade 6 is grade 7 is high school.
Okay, so 7 to 12 is high school. Oh.
But there's more.
Okay.
High school ends at grade 11.
Hmm.
And then we have Cégep, which is like 2 or 3 years, depending on if you're a career program or not. That's college. And then there's university.
Whoa. Holy crap. I need to
It's a different
get
system.
familiar with the different provinces here.
Some schools, like especially private schools, will do a grade 11 because we'll do a grade 12 because then they'll go off to university in like Ontario or something.
Okay.
But generally speaking, we go to grade 11, then it's Cégep, which is like college, and then university. We've just bored all the people in the side chat to death.
Awesome. Hey. Well,
But so it's interesting that your kids have that much space because our kids have almost that much space.
yeah.
And like no one I know is like, they're all like, I said what? And I'm like, yeah, shut up.
Yeah, it just kind of is what it is. I think they make it work.
They do. And look, for me, I just want to put up, excuse me, Paul Valdemar Horstal. Dude's amazing. I don't know who that is, but I will look him up afterwards.
Cool. Yeah.
Lightning bolt at Valde's show was thought to be a meteorite. I don't know anything. I'm trying not to ignore the people in the side chat, especially because Tenenbaum. Okay. Tenenbaum lives in Sweden, dude. So he's like 6 hours ahead of us. So if we're at like 1:30,
Thanks for hanging on. Yeah.
woo! And he's so good at hanging on. And like, I'm like live streaming on my other channel. I'm like, woo! And he is like at 4 a.m, and he's still like drops in these comments that are just so bang on.
Awesome.
So the guy's a hero.
Great.
But Scott, what is your favorite sounding instrument?
My favorite sounding instrument. I would say at my core, I'm a drummer. I'm percussion based. I love rhythms. That's probably my favorite thing. Even as a guitar player, I call myself a guitar player. That's what I've played the most, is probably what I've, done the most of. But even in my approach to playing guitar, it comes from a rhythmic standpoint, if that makes any sense.
That's very interesting to me, Scott, because I had spent my life thinking my dad was a guitar player. And it was only in my 30s when I heard, because like he was in a band that played like Expo 67 here in Montreal.
Okay, sweet.
And, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I had never known, but he was a drummer the whole time.
Yeah,
He picked up guitar late.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think like I played drums before I learned how to play guitar as well, and I can play drums a bit. And one of the things that's nice about playing with a group of people that are able to switch off on instruments a little bit and kind of speak the language of another instrument, is that you get this sort of empathy for what the drummer is playing. And you're like,
Okay.
oh, okay, we've got a connection here because I know what you're about to go for, or I know what you're doing, or the bass player as well. So I find it's nice when you're playing with other people who've dabbled in other instruments as well. So, but yeah, drums. I would say drums get me pretty excited if I hear a drum kit.
That's interesting. Okay.
Mm.
Tenenbaum says you have to like Lady. Thank you, Lady Smith Black Mombasa.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
If you don't like that sound, and the thing is, Tenenbaum, I've always been enchanted at the sounds of like Africa, like the sort of South African bands. I've listened to a lot of. I would love to say one of my bass, influences, but really just someone I like listening to is Richard Bona. Richard Bona. He's from Cameroon. Of course, he lives in New York now because they all do. But he is like African jazz, essentially.
Yeah.
He's the entire reason I know about the Fodera bass. He plays a Fodera olive wood topped bass. I've listened to him so much on the YouTubes.
I don't know much about him.
Well, he's look, like I'm a bass player. He's a bass player.
Yeah.
People who know everything about music don't know about bass players.
Yeah.
But he's played with guys like guys with names who I would remember if I hadn't had. Look at what I did tonight, Scott.
You put a dent in that bottle, my friend.
Is that a dent or is that a full-on fracture?
Yeah, that's a fracture. Yeah, you got it.
Anyways, he's played with a lot of big name players. He is kind of a big name player.
Yeah.
I have spent my life with sort of a desire to see Africa. And part of that is through like, let's do a safari. But part of it is just through like the music.
Yeah.
The sort of the music is different.
You should make it happen. You should get,
Yeah.
make a trip there.
Africa is expensive though.
Yeah.
I got a buddy who's gone there and it is expensive.
Yeah.
I mean the flying.
Okay.
Wow. Cat Max saw Paul Simon the Graceland tour. That would have been amazing.
Amazing.
Excuse me, it says stunning tat, Scott. Thanks, dude, for sharing.
Cheers.
Seeing Sean in Alaska and Tenenbaum, seeing nice there. Oh yeah, okay. So that's fine. Catmax says, I like how guitar sings, but rhythm is that base of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because I've only ever really wanted to play bass.
Okay.
I didn't know it at first because I didn't know what the bass was. I remember when
that's an interesting one to choose because I mean a lot of players that I know, like they sort of they come into playing bass as a situational sort of thing, right?
They're not the best guitar player.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, yeah, or like, yeah, exactly, or like, oh, I'm a good piano player.
They need a bass player.
Bass, yeah.
To me, the bass has always been magical, and that's bombast. When I realized what the bass was, it became magical.
Right.
Right. Because I mean, I went to a school called FACE here in Montreal. FACE is Fine Arts Core Education, which meant that fine arts was the core. Yeah. You still had to do math and French and geography and English, but you also had to do art plastique, which is, I guess, fine arts. You had to take choir. You had to take math. Show's been choir. No.
Okay.
Music. Right. You had to take band. Yeah. You had to take theater. like fine arts was the core of the education.
Yeah.
So I tried, like every grade 3 or 4 in the country has done recorder, right? But after that,
Yeah.
I tried flute. I tried French horn. French horn's pretty freaking magical, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Sticking that hand in there.
I tried trumpet. I tried clarinet.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up being the only person at that point in Face's history to be exempt from band. Miss Perrette just turned to me one day and said, because I had like tried every instrument she could offer me, and I hated them all, and I just wasn't learning anything. And I finally, one day I said, I forgot my clarinet, and she said, tell you what, if I don't see you for the rest of this semester, you get 60. We good? I said, we good.
Yep, that's a deal I'll take. Yep.
And someone who loves music, where's the failure in that? Is it with me or is it with her? But anyways.
Well, you were a kid, right? So
I was a kid. And she was not, they were not teaching me to love music.
Yeah.
And it was only when I was like 15 or 16 when I discovered this thing.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Totally different world.
Yeah.
And I wish
a bass it's so important, but it's not an instrument that, a younger, it's not flashy, right? It's not that thing like, I want to do these big crazy guitar solos, or it's not this big loud drum thing, or I'm not the lead person like singing or whatever. Yeah. But it's so important to a band.
When I finally took lessons, why are 6 people still watching this? Anyways, when I finally took lessons, my teacher at the time, who had been taught by Rhonda, whatever, she played for Sting for a while. He said to me, listen, that's not what you said.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Late in Montreal.
It's time.
Yeah, he said, bass, especially like in conjunction with drums, he said, bass is what everyone's shaking their arse to.
Yep.
But bass is what none of them will know what the hell it is.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like you don't. Somebody said to me one time, it's like you don't hear it until you make a mistake, right? Then everybody hears a bad bass note.
Yeah, a guitarist or a piano can and they can get away with one bad note, but a bass player can never get away with a bad note.
Even if you don't know what it is, if the bass hits a bad note, something
happened.
Something happened.
And I will tell you something. With the truth of the gods themselves, I have hit so many bad notes.
Well, it happens, right?
And there's like a pressure, like you, dude, don't do that.
Yeah. There is a pressure, man. I get that for sure. Like there's a pressure of like, okay, I have to not hit any bad notes all night. Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh man.
I just want to
how are we looking here? Yeah.
I'm just going to Cat Max has diamonds on the soles of her shoes. Who doesn't like that?
Amazing.
Classic.
Amazing. Yeah.
Excuse me, says Scott. You're an amazing listener.
Oh, well, hey.
So is that a comment to, like a compliment to you, or are they telling me that I gotta shut the hell up?
No. Not at all.
Interesting. But like, what time are we at now?
It's in Alberta, it's 11:38.
It's 1:38. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you want to like pour one more drink, or should we just go to bed? Well, I gotta go to bed. But...
Hey, I think let's have just a little more.
Okay,
and then
touch more, and then we'll call it a night.
Yeah, and then that's the end.
All right, fair enough.
This is the longest one we've ever done.
It doesn't feel that long though. I've had a ball.
Oh, it's been fantastic, man. So good to sit and chat with you. Like it's felt like it's been forever.
It does, and because I don't know how many more times we're actually going to see each other in person. Because a lot of weird things have changed on our band's side pertaining to being able to fly.
Okay.
Which I'm not going to talk about in public.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's depressing. Never mind. Let's not talk about it now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But anyways,
But you guys will be out at the festival.
we're gonna be at the Thompson Festival this year.
Awesome. Well, we'll make the best of it there. That'll be fun.
We gotta
We'll
find
have
a
to
cool
plan
bottle.
something. Yeah, we'll have to plan something for that.
Yeah,
for that August.
We gotta find a cool bottle, eh?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Well, what are we gonna do?
The thing about and see out there, like there's no data. Like we couldn't even do a live stream from out there. Like
There's no live stream gonna happen from that.
you just have to take videos and post it after. Yeah.
Which is what we did last time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We did that sort of. That was a good whiskey, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I still have a little bit of that.
Do you? Yeah.
Oh,
good,
yeah.
man.
Yep.
I found it didn't play well with other whiskeys at all, but when you were just having that one, it was terrific.
Oh yeah, super interesting. Lots to talk about with that whiskey for sure.
And we'll never see that bottle again.
No, but I still do have some left. I've been hanging on to it.
Good on you. Finish it off soon though.
Mm-hmm,
Like once it gets down to like.
I have so many bottles that are there right now that I'm not doing them any favors, but it's so they're just such good bottles, or they have like a special memory attached to them where it's like, oh, I don't want to recycle this bottle, you know.
Here's the thing, I have a friend named whatever. His channel is named No Nonsense Whiskey, and his rule of thumb is when it gets below the whatever this paper thing is called in English.
The label?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Finish it off. That's his rule.
If it gets below the label.
Gets below the labal, start finishing it off as soon
Finish
as
it,
possible.
yeah. That
within
makes
one or
sense.
two sittings. Because here's the thing. I had so many bottles that I was like, I don't want to finish this because it's so good. But by the time I got to the last dram, it had been all oxygenated for so long
Yes.
that it just wasn't giving me what it had.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's like, all right. And the realization of that changed my philosophy. Because once I get, like, if I have something that I'll never be able to buy again, like if it's a Scotch Malt Whiskey Society bottling or something.
Yeah.
Oh, incidentally, one of those was, I of course you've seen my videos, but
Oh yeah.
I recently did the Lagavulin 11-year-old, the Nick Offerman.
The Nick Offerman, yep.
Because here's the thing, I'm never going to buy a Lagavulin 16 again because it's not priced what a
Stupidly priced.
In Quebec right now. It's 160.
Yeah, that whiskey is not valued at that. Like in my brain, no
way. It's chill filtered. It's caramel colored. It's 43%. Forget about it. But the Offerman here is like 120.
Okay.
And I recently did a review of it. And I liked it massively.
Yep.
And it's batched, right? So I don't know what the next batch is going to be. So I had to buy a second one.
Oh, you bought a second one? Okay.
I had to buy a second one.
So I have not bought that. I've seen that in many stores here in Alberta, and I've looked at. I like Nick Offerman. I think he's funny. I think he's a great actor and great character. And
I know nothing about him.
He's in Parks and Rec. Do you know that show?
I don't. I know the show. I've never watched it. I know what it is.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think Aubrey Plaza is horrifying.
Okay.
What I have been doing is reading, by which I mean listening to through Audible, is Nick Offerman's book.
Okay.
Whatever it's called.
I don't know.
I've had so much to drink. It's called something that I would remember under any other circumstances. But yeah, like this is the third edition of his. I may as well show it off.
I should grab a bottle of that just to have it to try it. Do you think it's worth the money that's going for?
Here's the thing.
Or should I go out and buy a bottle of Brooklady or Aaron 10 or Bunnahabhain 12, all go-tos?
Those are good. All of those are good.
Right?
This depends on you liking the Isla thing.
Right.
Depends on you having liked the Lagavulin thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what it costs in Alberta, but here it's 120, 121.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I bought it today, and I don't remember because I've been drinking a lot. But it's so much better in many ways than the 16.
Okay.
The 16 I'm never buying again. I'm not spending that money. That's entering kind of Macallan money. And what I often say, and many people will have heard me say, so I'm partly boring people, is that Macallan is middle of the road whiskey for fast lane prices.
Yeah.
And I feel that the Lagavulin 16 is exactly in that spot, and I will not reward that.
Yeah, that's sort of how I feel about any Lagavulin that I've seen. Certainly the 16, you're right.
Absolutely.
I just can't see myself buying it at this point.
Right. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But this 11 is like 120.
Yep.
Down there, I'm a little more forgiving.
Yep.
It says, nothing on this bottle because they've put a great big white patch. Well, piss. It's 46% alcohol by volume versus 43 for the other.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, you know, if we want to do a live stream on that whiskey, let me know, and I'll pick it up.
You like your peat?
Yeah. Yeah. I have to be in the mood for it, but I do like it.
I could do that.
No.
I could do that. This patch that suddenly blocks everything says to me that maybe Quebec needs different information or something. I don't remember if it's non-chill filtered or non.
It must be. It has to.
46%. You can sort of get into that area where they might not be chill filtering.
But like at that price, like it has to be.
I think you're probably right. I don't remember. I also have a bottle of the 8, by the way, which is practically cask strength.
Yeah.
That one is non-chill filtered. I haven't opened it yet.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, but I'd be surprised.
Now, this is the 3rd edition of the Offerman, right? This is their super charred oak cask. It's not often that I like a whiskey enough to buy a second bottle just in case.
Yeah, that's true. That says a lot.
This little guy here, I almost picked up a second bottle of, but this is not batched. This is not rare. This is not blah, blah, blah. I finished this tonight. I won't finish this tonight.
I was going to say. All right.
Just want to be clear here.
I thought you were like, I'm finishing this tonight. Yeah.
No, I finished this tomorrow. I can buy another one on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not, totally. I don't worry about this.
Yeah.
This Offerman, because it's batched, and because I enjoyed this one so much, hell yes.
Yeah.
And that's going to affect my mark on the next review, right? Yeah, I bought this again. Right?
Yep,
that pushes the mark up because, yes, I will buy this again versus, yes, I bought this again.
Yeah, of course. You decided to part with your money a second time. You know, the rebuy factor is huge.
Yeah. And by the way, I'll rebuy this every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Just because this is a good one to have on the chart, on the cart.
Yep.
The cart. Oh. Shut up, Jesse. The Offerman is just because I'm not going to be able to buy this forever.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't want to pass this up.
That's right.
I don't know what the next Offerman edition is going to be. The previous one was something more fruity or something.
Okay.
I don't know. I just don't know. We're at 10 to midnight my time.
No, 10 to midnight my time.
Oh, Christ. We're at 10 to 2 my time.
10 to
I got to
2.
go to bed because I got like kids and stuff. And like it's Canada Day, so I'm going to.
Yeah, we got stuff to do. Awesome, man. Well, hey, this has been awesome, so fun, so good to sit and just chat with you guys. And I know Mike left a little while ago, but it was great to see him as well.
Smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for those of you who've been hanging out till a bit around, all 6 of you, and plus Scott and me, so we'll try to do this. We'll discuss another whiskey to do soon. If any of you have any suggestions,
Yep.
drop them right down in the doobly-doo below the video window. Between now and whenever the next time is, please stay healthy, stay sane, stay safe, and be kind to one another.
Cheers.